and welcome to stream. oh, you're trying to get the bot to tell you what song that is playing, but that song is a song that I made. Um, it's not being played off of any streaming service or something like that. That being said, I did put it on YouTube this morning, so you can listen to it there. Um, my first released piece of ambient music, which is sort of cool, right? Broadening my broadening my artistic faculties into new directions with that one. That song's called "The Drawing Lesson," but I think it fits nicely at the start of stream because it has the pencil scratching, which is like writing as well. So yeah, but welcome in Ace, Nikki, Ray, Ishmael, any other friends who are watching. Welcome to stream. Welcome to stream, and I'm glad you liked the music, Ray. Um, uh, I'm very happy with it as a first project, the first piece of music that I've ever released outside of my old high school like saxophone playing videos that I would use for auditions and competitions and that kind of stuff. Eventually, it would be cool if I had written if I write enough music, right, that um, that I could score my entire stream, right? Um, that would be kind of cool. Um, but yeah, that's what I've been up to. At least that's what I've been up to this morning, was kind of polishing that song and getting it to a point where I felt like I could put it on the internet. It's also on Bandcamp. I need to like kind of do the thing where I add my music to my socials and all of that, and get everything kind of organized or whatever. But I just wanted to put something out, you know. A friend of mine was telling me recently I should start making music. I've messed around on GarageBand in the past. I mean, absolutely, it's super fun. And really, I think all you need to know how to do to make music is to know how to listen, right? If you can listen and be discerning about the sounds that, you know, are around you, I think you can make something called music, right? And you don't need to know theory or know how to play an instrument, right? Especially since we have DAWs, digital audio workstations, GarageBand. I use Ableton, Logic is another one, right? Uh, Anyone can kind of go in and like poke around and add notes and basically screw up until they make something that they think sounds good. And I think that's really cool. But ambient music is something I've been wanting to make for a long time. There's like a world maybe. There's a world maybe where at some point I stream myself making music on Ableton. The issue is my keyboard is up here because this is a laptop, and I wouldn't be able to use keyboard shortcuts, which I do employ while writing. So if I got a keyboard, I could stream myself making music. Uh, Other things, this morning I started reading Crime and Punishment, which is sort of coincidental since we were talking about that um, a couple days ago on stream, right? One of the new people had come in and was asking about books and said that they were wanting to read Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky. For those who don't know, it's a very famous Russian novel, very important piece of literature. Um, Not that I know why. I'm like 30 pages in. I think it's good. I've been enjoying it so far. I don't have like strong opinions, but basically it starts out with this guy who's like poor and destitute, and he's like plotting to like steal money from an old woman or something. It's left sort of vague. Uh, and then he like runs into this guy in a bar who like talks to him about his woes. It's very like miserable and depressing and Russian. Uh, but that's right up my alley. So it's good so far. Um, but yeah, I've never read any Dostoevsky. I don't know if there are any people in chat or in the community who are big fans of Dostoevsky. Uh, but this is my first foray into his work. I also have the Brothers Karamazov. Uh, is that how you say it? I don't know. Um, but I've enjoyed other Russian literature before. You have to be in a strong emotional place to read Russian literature. Yeah, I mean, at least the heavy stuff, and a lot of the most famous stuff is very heavy. Tolstoy, uh, Dostoevsky, Nabokov is a very, I mean, he's sort of like American, right? Or he's an immigrant. I think he lived in America. I really like Nabokov. One of my favorite authors ever, probably, if I think about it. Having read two of his works, Lolita and Invitation to a Beheading. I liked Invitation more, but Lolita's a very good, very tragic, very terrifying book. And one that, yeah, need to be in a strong emotional place. Luckily, I am, I think. I am in a strong emotional place, um, stable, generally pretty comfortable in my existence. Not too prone to be snared by nihilism or something like that. So that's good, right? That's always good. Um, Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I presume there are people. I presume most of my chat reads. I feel like I haven't heard in a while what y'all are up to, what you're reading. Um, but for me, it's that, and then it's Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Wall Kimmerer, I believe is her name. Robin Wall Kimmerer. I really like this book too. Uh, it's sort of she's indigenous, and it's about science and botany and biology, and then how that sort of involves itself with uh, indigenous American sort of wisdom on plants and the environment, and very cool book. And I'm reading a book of poetry by a poet named W.S. Pierrot, and that's pretty cool. I like his writing a lot. So I'm reading a few things, right? And then I have like six started and unfinished books on my shelf or something. I didn't finish Anna Karenina. I didn't finish uh, the first book of In Search of Lost Time. But I think I'll return to both of those. At least the Proust I'll return to. Um, I have a nonfiction book about blues in the American South that I dropped a while ago and want to finish. I have the Tao, which I'm always reading, sort of on and off, reading parts of. So lots of books. There's always lots of books around. I keep meaning to get back into regularly reading books. It will certainly help you write, right? I mean, I think it helps with any creative discipline. I know you also are interested in film, Ace, and yeah, reading is really nice, and it's hard, right? We say like we're so busy and there's so much to do, and reading falls by the wayside. But I think doing things that are slow and very intentionally being slow uh, is a very kind of beautiful, liberating thing to do in a world that wants us to always be going so fast, right? Perhaps reading is like low cortisol maxing or something, and helps us escape the really kind of brutal cycles of modern existence. Anyway, you say you have a copy of The Rainbow by D.H. Lawrence with you. Well, you should read it. I don't. What else did D.H. Lawrence write? I'm not familiar with The Rainbow, and I really don't think I'm familiar with D.H. Lawrence. Um, Another one of those letter dot last name people. Um, who is he? Who is D.H. Lawrence? I read poetry published in the small presses. That's really cool. Um, I think that's a good thing to do. I get poetry from the large press that is Poetry Magazine, which I think is still a small press relative to large presses, um, even though it's the biggest poetry one. Uh, but I feel like that's the only sort of poetry publication that I follow, other than like I guess my Twitch stream, always giving me giving me poetry, right? It's sort of a poetry publication in of itself. The sequel is Women in Love, which I've seen the film adaptation of. So yeah, I still don't know who D.H. Lawrence is. I think it's funny that you've seen the sequel, but have you seen is it sort of like a sequel that's separate? D.H. Lawrence. Like, I know this name. English writer known for poetry and plays, Sons and Lovers, The Rainbow, later Lady Chatterley's Lover, Women in Love. Yeah, the way I just don't know anything about this guy. Interesting. Lawrence of Arabia. Yeah, probably not, right? The movie of Woman in Love was released first. That's kind of funny that they would do that. Lawrence worked in with London intellectuals and writers such as Dora Marsden, T.S. Eliot, Ezra Pound. Okay, so he was in that era. The Rainbow. Ooh, it was suppressed for obscenity. Okay, so this guy's probably cool. Exile. After wartime years, Lawrence began his termed savage pilgrimage, time of voluntary. T. Lawrence of Arabia was T. What? This guy is Lawrence of Arabia? Seriously? How do I not know anything about this guy? Okay, wait. Spent the remainder of his life in Wanderlust, Australia, Italy, Sri Lanka, U.S., Mexico, southern France. Uh, different guy? Oh, T.E. Lawrence, which is different than D.H. Lawrence. Of course, there are two Lawrences with names of uh, uh, something dot Lawrence. Classic. Okay. Anyway, um, so that's a different Lawrence of Arabia, different than Lawrence of Arabia. Okay, wonderful. um, glad we cleared that up. Free associating between him and that book. Gotcha. You could be wrong. Yeah, you were. um, that's the thing. I don't want it to go away. Lawrence of Arabia was one of the most famous spies in history. What? Maybe I need to watch Lawrence of Arabia. I know that it has the line, um, I am a river to my people, and that's all I know about. All I know about the movie. But I feel like maybe this is something I should look into. I really would like to watch more of these like big, like classic epic films. I think they're really cool. Um, Both Women in Love and The Rainbow were adapted into films by Ken Russell, who's my favorite director, hence why I was interested in checking out the books. I believe D.H. Lawrence was Ken Russell's favorite author. Well, I'm not familiar with Ken Russell, which maybe makes sense since I'm not familiar with D.H. Lawrence. Um, that being said, yeah, I think reading the original work is always a good thing, and seeing like the difference between the adaptation and the original. These are good things to do. Um, so I strongly encourage you to read books. Is I guess the point. Books are good. Reading. Reading can teach you everything you need to know in the world, except how to read. Um, Someone else has to teach you how to read, and then you unlock um, the whole bountiful wealth of knowledge up to our current point in human existence, which is pretty cool. Who needs who needs college? You know less than you think you do sometimes. Caesic. Yeah. I mean, I think we've got two choices in life, right? Know less than we think we do, or know more than we think we do, right? So one is to overestimate our intelligence and or our knowledge, and one is to underestimate it. I think it's probably better to exist in the place of less, the sort of set your expectations low. At least uh, that's how I like to think about it. I don't think that's necessarily bad. I mean, maybe we should think we know as much as we know. That's the third option. The secret third option is to split the middle. But it's hard to be perfect, right? So I'd rather err on the other side. I realized earlier that I haven't watched any films for over a week. You're like a film person. Don't you're supposed to watch film like every day or something. I kid. As a poetry person, I only read poetry. Well, I probably read poetry pretty much every day. Yeah. Between streams and then the days when I don't stream, and then I often read poetry. Maybe I read poetry like 5 days out of the 7 of the week on average. I think that's probably where it lands roughly. Because it would be an overestimation to say I read poetry every day, because like I don't, you know. But stream makes it pretty consistent. I never go more than 3 days pretty much without picking up a poem. And that's the kind of consistency that like teaches you stuff, right? Life has felt kind of frantic lately, a lot of overthinking, so I'm giving myself this evening to relax. Okay, then don't watch any films. Um, don't watch any films. Use the evening to think about poetry and to engage with art in another medium, right? When Lawrence kills his first victim, that's the first time I killed a man. I get this creeping feeling. Don't worry, it will go away. That's the thing, I don't want it to go away. Ah, that's a beautiful little bit of dialogue. Um, I mean, killing is such a dramatic, right, narrative, artistic sort of moment, symbol. Um, and I like that, right? I don't want it to go away. I want to keep this feeling. I want to keep that uneasiness, that creeping sensation inside of me, that gnawing in my chest that I have killed, right? That's a pretty badass piece of dialogue. Yeah, I'm a fan. So it sounds like there are maybe multiple good moments in that movie. Um, who's here? I want to read something. I want to read something, which could be. I know Ishmael. Maybe you've been waiting for some time now. I don't think Caesic you have anything submitted. Uh, Nikki does. Nikki's on a phone call. Ray certainly does. Uh, I don't know if you do, Liam. You have more recent ones, I guess. Maybe you have older ones too. I have no idea. If there's anyone else in chat who has things submitted that you're like, read them. Please tell me. I only read things when people are present in chat. Um, I only have one last essay to complete this due on Friday. Then I'm entirely done with uni work. Like done, like graduated, or like done for the semester or the year or whatever. Um, either way, congratulations. And essays are Essays are pretty chill. Essays are fun, even. Maybe not when you have to do them for school, but I think there are a number of people in this community who would agree that essays are fun and do them purely for personal enjoyment. Um, I can think of Ray, at least, and myself. I haven't written an essay in a while, though. I think it's really nice as a way to like communicate your thoughts and like form a conclusive like argument and opinion, which is neat. You have two poems submitted, so you can decide which one you want to read. So usually the way that I do it when people are submitting lots of things, which is a lot of you, is I will defer to the older one. But in the case that someone is impatient, right? In the case that someone like wants the more recent one, usually at that point I'll say, okay, we'll read the more recent one, but we will not return to the old one, right? So it's like if you really wanted me to read Ode to a Poet, let's say it was your turn for me to read your older one, which is Good Morning Sunshine, right? We could skip Good Morning Sunshine and we just wouldn't return. That being said, that being said, I think so. Ishmael has one morning. You a title? A title on an Ishmael poem? That's kind of crazy. And then there's a number of Nikki poems. Nikki actually kind of we could do like a Nikki then an Ishmael today, or an Ishmael then a Nikki, since maybe Nikki isn't most presently present. I kind of like that idea. And then Ace, you'll be pretty soon after that. Probably the following stream, provided you appear. That could always change, of course, right? It could happen today. We've been like kind of going crazy with the streams lately. I feel like last stream I read 3 works, which is quite. Maybe I only read 2, but that's still quite uncommon. Maybe the stream before I read 3 because I did like a poem and a novel thing and a poem or something. I don't know. Either way, I would say we shall read. What did I say? Ishmael's. We'll read your poem, Ishmael. You say you're gonna keep your mouth shut. Try to keep your mouth shut. Yeah. I know it's hard. About it first to see if the message does come across on its own. I think that's a useful thing to do. Certainly something I prefer as well. And just to check, we're reading One Morning, right? Is the poem that you are referring to? If so, we'll read it. And it sounds like you don't have anything to say um, in terms of questions or comments. So we'll just be able to jump right into it and talk about some poetry. Um, it sounds like you want me to read this then, Ishmael, and try to find the meaning, which I think is usually how your poems go because they're kind of subtle, right? Um, so I will definitely try to focus on that, right? Discerning what it is we're talking about, what your always layered metaphors are maybe pointing us toward in this work. And that's always a nice conversation, right? Always fun. Okay, I can do that. I can read poetry. That's what I do. I am going to drink some water first. Okay. Here is. This one is not so symbolic. Okay. That's probably helpful because your symbols are always more difficult for me to pick up on just with the nature of cultural context. So, I'll take that, right? Here is One Morning by Ishmael or mute se miso. By magic. By magic might you turn the far to near. Wake up, my love, these lands belong to you. By kind favors of careless tears you sweat. The path between, the path belongs to me. Your eyes reject my call as sloth took you. I lied, as I'm a poet. You're dead, that's why. The dead wakes up no more as dead is dead. The dead is death's. This poem belongs to whom? On such a day, my face should care to weep. The skies above should know they have to join. They too will fall as all belongs to God. Yet we belonged to each other. One morning. Welcome in, Kutara. Hello. Okay. This poem does some really cool like word and sound things that I like want to talk about. But I'll just keep it kind of brief because I know you want to talk about meaning, Ishmael. Um, but I love this like center, yeah, this middle stanza that has this repetition of dead, almost sort of beating this to death. I lied as I'm a poet. You're dead, that's why. The dead wakes up no more as dead is dead. The dead is death's. This poem, the dead is death's. This poem belongs to whom, right? Uh, and you kind of have this kind of thing echoed in other places, right? Will fall all, sort of creating this same kind of thing. Um, and even the path between, the path belongs. Uh, Really cool stuff, right? Really cool stuff. But I'm gonna just read the whole thing again, just to get another, overview, and then maybe we can start to break down what this means. Because the first time I'm usually just reading words off a page and not thinking much. One morning. By magic might you turn the far to near. Wake up, my love. These lands belong to you. By kind favors of careless tears you sweat. The path between, the path belongs to me. Your eyes reject my call as sloth took you. I lied, as I'm a poet. You're dead, that's why. The dead wakes up no more as dead is dead. The dead is death's. This poem belongs to whom? On such a day my face should care to weep. The skies above should know they have to join. They too will fall as all belongs to God. Yet we belonged to each other. I also like how the whole thing like has this verse feel to it. It's not any like strict verse, but we are hovering around like 8 to 10 syllables in a line. We're like sort of rhyming here and there, and it's like almost iambic, right? Or maybe it's iambic just with some like heavy like natural variations, which is cool. Um, but that's not what we're going to focus on. And yeah, Ishmael, this one is not very symbolic, right? This is a very abstract poem, right? We have like some skies and maybe we have like some land, but we have very little of like concrete imagery, which is usually what lends itself to writing symbolically, right? Because symbols are these sort of often like objects, like real things, right? That point in the direction of something abstract, of something sort of ideal. So when we have a poem that's abstract to begin with, we're not going to end up being heavily symbological or anything like that. So, that being said, what are we talking about, and like maybe what tools are we using here? Um, and this poem is very vague. I think this poem still has your, very, I guess, stylistically characteristic vagueness to it, right? Um, and like maybe there's like the sense that like this has this idea of like love, right? We belong to each other, like wake up my love. But at the same time, like I'm not certain because we have this whole like lying dead death section. As usual, we have mention of God, right? And then we have these like lands and skies and distances and all of this stuff. So I think it probably um, has something to do with more than just like love, right? Because not everything maybe falls within that exact notion. Um, Title being One Morning. I don't know if that helps me yet or tells me much about this or what it means. Um, but by magic, might you turn the far to near? Right? So when we don't really know what a poem is talking about, it can be helpful to just lock in like the fact that we have you, which means we sort of have an implied I, right? Because I would be the person talking to you. And we have I later, right? I lied as I'm a poet. So we have I, we have you. And then we have later another sort of character in our poem in God. And then we also have maybe the dead as something else that's like involving itself with these things. But by magic might you turn the far to near, right? And this is like the first instance we have of like distance in this poem that I do think happens throughout. Right, the far to near. And then we have like these lands, which I think in relation to like these lands are probably near. It is the place in which I am as opposed to the far. There might be other lands that are far. And then we also have this idea of a path between, right? So we have some place far, we have some place near, we have something in between. And then we have this notion, right, with sloth of like motion, of going places, right? Your eyes reject my call, to say, to come, right? To call, to beckon someone toward you. Perhaps similar to this far to near. Uh, and then we sort of like jump very suddenly, right, in the work to death. I lied. As I'm a poet, you're dead. That's why. The dead wakes up no more as dead is dead. The dead is death's. This poem belongs to whom? On such a day my face should care to weep. So, the dead. You're dead, right? You are dead. The literal you is dead. Um, and I think this has a similar idea of distance, right? And death perhaps is the greatest distance uh, we can have, right? Because someone who is dead has departed. They've gone to a place, a faraway place where they can like never come back from. Uh, and I think this is something we see depicted concretely and depicted concretely in similar ways in media. I think with like the path between, right? We see things in mythology like the story of Orpheus and Eurydice, where Eurydice, where there's a literal path to death, right? There's a path to death and back, um, or even like a river Styx, or just the notion of, spirits or ghosts or something like ferrying one over some path to like another side, to another world. Uh, so death, although like maybe on a first read seems like it comes out of nowhere, kind of fits within a lot of this pretty well, I think. Um, your eyes reject my call as sloth took you. I lied as I'm a poet. You're dead. That's why. The dead wakes up no more. The dead wakes up no more, as dead is dead, the dead is death's. Right? So we have this idea that, like, someone who is dead uh, is never coming back, right? They're not going to wake up. The dead is dead, the dead is death's. They belong to this thing. They are gone, it's permanent, etc. This poem belongs to whom? On such a day, my face should care to weep. So this whom is interesting. It kind of feels like it points into the next stanza. Um, the dead wakes up no more, as dead is dead. The dead is death's. This poem belongs to whom? Right, whom on such a day my face should care to weep? Whom the person who I weep at that point, the person who is dead, or you, right? You belong to death, and this poem belongs to you, uh, which could, make all of this, a sort of mourning, right? Um, Not this kind of mourning, but, maybe there's double meaning there, mourning. A poem that grieves, right? Someone who is dead. The sort of denial we see in grief, right? Wishing that they could return, turn far to near, come back to life, take the path back um, to the living, even though they're dead, right? Whom on such a day my face should care to weep. The skies above should know they have to join. They too will fall as all belongs to God. Yet we belonged to each other. The skies above should know they have to join. My face, but on a day my face should, to whom on such a day my face should care to weep, the skies above should know they have to join. Ah, they should join in weeping. They should join in crying. Um, they too will fall, as all belongs to God. Yet we belong to each other. So yeah, I do think this is just talking about some loss of another person, of a relationship. Whether or not it is death literally or death figuratively, um, I don't think it actually matters. I think this poem is vague enough in a way that it could be either, right? Because someone could be far enough away and so gone from one's life, or so cut off that it is a figurative death, right? A dead to me. Um, I lied, as I'm a poet. But that could be. I'm not sure that. To me, it leans more toward just death. This poem feels kind of direct. Um, Maybe I'm gonna read it again. um, I'm gonna read it again. One morning, right? One morning, as in one morning. You know, a morning, a time of the day, but one morning, as in a person who is mourning. And perhaps one morning, just sort of the arbitrary thing of like one morning you wake up and someone is gone, right? They're dead. Um, and it's just arbitrary and it happens and it's unexpected. Uh, that could just be sort of how that reads. By magic might you turn the far to near. Wake up, my love. These lands belong to you. Oh, so I see. We're kind of using waking up and sloth sleeping as like to point toward death, right? The idea of waking up and, someone doesn't wake up and you're like, wake up. And then they're not waking up and then they are dead. Um, that sort of tragic scene that is, I think, very understandable. Uh, so there's sort of this literal scene being set, right? Wake up, your eyes reject my call, and then you're dead. Um, by magic might you turn the far to near. Wake up, my love, these lands belong to you. These lands as life, right? By kind favors of careless tears, by kind favors of careless tears you sweat the path between. The path belongs to me. So this idea of like belongs to me and this path between is interesting. I'm not sure I figured out like these lines, or not sure I have not figured out, right? Because there's not an answer to come to, or something correct, but um I'm not sure I have like a strong opinion or a thought of what that might be saying to me. Um by magic might you turn the far to near. Wake up, my love, these lands belong to you. By kind favors of careless tears you sweat the path between. The path belongs to me. Your eyes reject my call as sloth took you. I lied as I'm a poet. You're dead, that's why. The dead wakes up, no more as dead is dead. The dead is death's, this poem belongs to whom? On such a day my face should care to weep. The skies above should know they have to join. They too will fall as all belongs to God, yet we belong to each other. So you have this like belong thing that is happening uh, throughout the poem, right? These lands belong to you, the path belongs to me, the poem belongs to whom, we belong to each other, and then all belongs to God. Is that all of the belonging? Yeah. I think that's important. That feels important to this poem and what it might mean or what it's talking about. Um, by magic might you turn the far to near. Wake up, my love, these lands belong to you. By kind favors of careless tears you sweat the path between. The path belongs to me. The dead is death's, which is also a belonging, sort of. Is death's, possessive. This poem belongs to whom? On such a day my face should care to weep. The skies above should know they have to join. They too will fall as all belongs to God. Yet we belong to each other. The notion that the skies have to join and they will fall is a really poetically beautiful one. Um, right? All belongs to God. Me, you, all of this in the poem sort of is within God. Is belonging the theme? I think belonging is incredibly important, right? Because we have this sort of chain, right, that happens of like the land belongs to you and you belong to God. And like this poem sort of belongs to you if you are the one, the to whom on such a day. Um, the dead, right, belongs to death, which kind of is God or falls within the dominion of a capital G kind of Abrahamic God. um, I mean, maybe it sort of doesn't, right? If we think God sort of a devil figure, but I don't know how it works in Islam. Um, not that I'm going to think too much into the religiosity of it. Um, so belonging's important, yeah. um, The idea of the path belonging to me, right? Um, Poem, path belongs to me belongs to God, we belong to each other. The poem also kind of belongs to me because I wrote it, right? I'm the poet in this. Uh, the path is interesting. The path between the path belongs to me because the path between is the path between the far and the near, right? And I think the far is death, and I think the near is life, right? Um, so the path between is sort of like the remainder of my life that I have, right? The path that will take me to you, right? Sort of the rest of my life, is maybe a way to read that. Um, and then like these lands belong to you. Maybe, I mean, it could also be far and near as myself and you, and I belong to you, and that's why these lands belong to you. We belong to each other. The poem belongs to you. Ah, it's welcome in the Fog Frog. A pleasure to see y'all again. Pleasure to see you as well. Um, Funny coincidence. Me and my friends started reading Crime and Punishment as of yesterday for a little book club that we're doing together. So I am also reading that book. I think you were talking about getting that on last stream. um, I'm going to read the whole poem again since a couple of you have come in, and I'm kind of baffled by putting everything together, and sometimes zooming out to the big picture can be helpful, right? Um, One morning. By magic might you turn the far to near. Wake up, my love, these lands belong to you. By kind favors of careless tears you sweat. The path between, the path belongs to me. Your eyes reject my call as sloth took you. I lied, as I'm a poet. You're dead, that's why. The dead wakes up no more, as dead is dead. The dead is death's. This poem belongs to whom? On such a day my face should care to weep. The skies above should know they have to join. They too will fall, as all belongs to God. Yet we belonged to each other. It's interesting, like we have this, the careless tears you sweat, right? Um, and then there's like the weeping of me, and then there's like the falling of the rain. But you're dead. I don't know what kind favors of careless tears you sweat. My kind favors. The grammar is quite tricky, right? Um, the grammar in this poem is tricky. um, Man, by magic, we have this like by thing. Just something to notice. There's no repetition in that structure. By magic. So by magic might you do this, by favors of careless tears. If anything, this feels kind of symbol-y, but like I don't know what that symbol um by wake, by the path. By wake, by the path. What? um by wake, by the path. I see. I see. You're pointing at that. By magic. might you turn the far to near. Wake up, my love, these lands belong to you. By kind favors of careless tears you sweat. It appears I've been inspired. My second writing piece has been submitted. That's awesome. First words. Yeah, I don't first words. By wake, by the, or the path. Um I'm not sure that means anything to me. Right, your, I, the, right, the dead, the dead. Uh like it doesn't on the skies they, you know. Sometimes that is a thing that poets do. I feel like I'm not finding anything there. Your eyes lied. The dead is dead. Uh, your eyes lied. It's kind of a. I don't see it. I see you're sort of doing this, right? It just feels like a reach to me. By wake, by the path, your eyes lie, dead is dead, you know. I don't know. You're just making it up. Okay. You're like you're like confusing me. You finished Metamorphosis. That was fast, Fog Frog. I mean, it is like a one sitting read, I guess. Um, yeah, poor Gregor. Poor guy. Um, okay. Yeah, I don't think there's anything really there. Um, I do think there's a puzzle in this poem that I'm not quite finding the key to, um, because that's how you tend to write, Ishmael, and that's how you've explicitly said that you write poetry, um, is with these sort of veiled and hidden meanings. By magic might you turn the far to near, turning the far to near, coming close, right? Returning. Wake up, my love. These lands belong to you. Too near, to you, to me, to whom. You do so many cool like sound repetitions of sound. Uh, to me, to you, took you, to whom, to weep, to join. This is a really cool poem. I feel sad that I kind of skipped over the sound stuff. There's like so cool. Band, please. It doesn't bother me. um, took you about 2 to 3 hours. Good introductory piece. For me personally, I see a lot of people villainizing his family, but I also think the story humanized them very well. Yeah. Um, I haven't read it in a while, but we can discuss later. Um, Gregor. This poem is hard. Um, and maybe I'm just like wanting to look too far into it. Maybe I'm like tripping over my own feet. Um, one morning, by magic might you turn the far to near. Could you be something else? By magic might you turn the far to near. Wake up, my love. These lands belong to you. By kind favors of careless tears you sweat. The path between the path belongs to me. Your eyes reject my call as sloth took you. I lied. That's a great your eyes I lied. Realize, realize, realize. I lied as I'm a poet. You're dead, that's why. The dead wakes up no more, as dead is dead. The dead is death's, this poem belongs to whom? On such a day my face should care to weep. The skies above should know they have to join. They too will fall, as all belongs to God, yet we belong to each other. This we belong to each other is fascinating, right? It's yet. It's sort of, you know, like it doesn't, it sort of excludes, right? All belongs to God, yet we belong to each other. Uh, like sort of creates this notion of love sort of surpassing God. I mean, that's one way to read it. The other way to read it is just that within belonging to God, we belong to each other, within belonging to death and to God. Uh, I mean, there's this like strong feeling of just the just this sort of existential feeling of like being fated to death, right? Um, this sort of notion of like what is between death and God, and maybe that's like man, right? That's love or something. Uh, love is something that sort of transcends death within God. Then love is sort of godlike as man. There's ideas here. I feel like I'm grasping in the dark though. I don't know if anyone in chat has ideas or thoughts on this, or if it just seems like I'm reading too far into it and it's just sort of a lament of death and that's all it needs to be. Um, maybe that's all it needs to be. um, My kind favors of careless tears you sweat. The path between the path belongs to me. I guess I just struggle with with the path. Ain't that right? Don't we all struggle with the path? um, the path. The path between the path belongs to me. The path far to near, by magic might you turn. So to say you can't. Wake up, my love, these lands belong to you. The path between the path belongs to me. Belong. Oh. Belonging. Yeah, this whole belonging thing, like, and it feels really important, right? God, all belongs to God. Within all, everything mentioned in our sort of belonging thing, right? I already wrote this over here, but like the dead, the you, the me, the poem, like we, the path. But that doesn't help me understand. And that's what you've challenged me to do, Ishmael. Um maybe I'll like it maybe this maybe we can take a short break and come back to this. Cuz I feel rather stuck. And sometimes you're reading something and you're trying to like figure it out or connect with it or analyze it or understand it. And uh sometimes it, stepping away and looking at it with a fresh pair of eyes is one of the most useful things to do, right? Um, and there's an ad break coming up anyway, so that's what we'll do. We'll take a break, and I will strongly recommend to each of you to drink water. Um, to have like a snack or go to the bathroom or do something to step away from this computer or phone that you're looking at, uh, to like take care of yourself for a moment, because that is something that we don't do enough in our lives, I think, most people. And we'll be back in just a second. Hello, welcome back. I'm still Imogen. We are still reading poetry. We are still streaming, doing all that stuff. Uh, yeah. Still reading One Morning by Ishmael. One Morning. Great title. Um, and I'll read it again in full, having stepped away for 3 minutes and probably not going to be enlightened about this in any new ways. Um, but here is the poem. One morning. By magic might you turn the far to near. Wake up, my love. These lands belong to you. By kind favors of careless tears you sweat. The path between the path belongs to me. Your eyes reject my call as sloth took you. I lied as I'm a poet. You're dead, that's why. The dead wakes up no more as dead is dead. The dead is death's, this poem belongs to whom? On such a day my face should care to weep. The skies above should know they have to join. They too will fall as all belongs to God. Yet we belong to each other. So, something I notice about this, right? I lied as I'm a poet, right? Makes sense, right? This is one way to view a poet. Some might say poets can never lie. Some might say everything we write is lie. But poets like exaggerate. We idealize, right? We make things maybe more beautiful or awful or whatever than they are. So, right, we do this by first describing the person as sleeping, right, when really they are dead. So that's like the lie that this is directly referring to, right? I lied as I'm a poet. You're dead, right? You're not asleep. I wonder, though, the fact that we specifically call to this almost invites the reader to question everything, right? Uh, because, like, it reminds us that everything on the page, is this sort of crafted version of reality. Um, it sort of makes me wonder if then they are not actually dead, right? They are asleep as a metaphor for death, death as a metaphor for something else, and just rather gone in some way. Um, and maybe we can think of a literal lover, right? Maybe this comes back to a lover who has left, who has gone. Um, and they sort of part in maybe careless tears, right? Because a dead person isn't crying, and that's what really trips me up about this line, right? By kind favors of careless tears you sweat. Just doesn't fit with like the imagery of someone actually dead, right? Um, so then perhaps it's a lover who one morning has left one in mourning, uh, and is now somewhere else, right? We belonged to each other as we were lovers, and now the love has been lost. Um, and like, maybe that makes sense, right? I kind of like that reading a lot, actually. It kind of brings in the last few, like, sort of components of this work that were confusing me, right? So, yeah. I have a friend who was telling me recently that she believes that by being a poet, she is also a liar. Yeah, and I think that's a pretty reasonable position to hold, right? So there's a very famous sentiment that Ray, who's often in chat, echoes, is that a poet cannot lie, right? Because they are sort of like communicating from this like emotional place, and like everything said is truth because it's the truth of what they are creating. And I think there's an equally popular notion that everything a poet says, everything a poet says is a lie, right? Because everything is this sort of version of reality made into art, right? It is like something twisted. Whereas, like, the truth is that the truth of reality is like that reality is poetic, right? And then it is this idealized thing because that's how we see it. Um, I think both of these are probably reasonable ways to see it. Um, Arguably, I think these can exist at the same time, in a way, right? Everything a poet says is a lie, and thus everything a poet says is true, because maybe our nature is to lie in service of beauty or something like that. um, but yeah, this is a fun notion for sure. I don't know where anyone else stands on that. Um, I like them both. I kind of like their coexistence, right? Um, like the truth, everything we say is lies. Everything we say is something departed from reality, but the departure from reality that we present is something fundamentally true in its own like self-justified way. This sort of unifying these seemingly ununifiable things. um, Maybe you can go back to her ace with that counter argument. Um, I don't know what she'll think of that, or you can just show her that minute segment of the stream VOD. um, but this poem thinks that, right, the poet is the liar, right? I lied as I am a poet. You're dead. That's why. You're dead. That's why is kind of interesting. Oh, that's why is why you reject my call, right? Why all of this, right? I lied as I'm a poet. You're dead. That's why. The dead wakes up no more. Is dead is dead. The dead is death's. This poem belongs to whom on such a day my face should care to weep. The skies above should know they have to join. They too will fall, as all belongs to God. Yet we belonged to each other. There's also this notion of like, we belonged to each other, but all belongs to God. So, sort of, you are gone, but I still have this. I still have God. I still have the path, right? I still have the path to other love. I still have the path to new things the rest of my life. And even though, like, you are dead on my path, um, I still have that, right? You were sort of a stop along the path, uh, which makes this sort of a bittersweet breakup poem, you could say. I don't think it has to be a breakup, right? This could be a relationship with two people in a number of ways. But I think to say like "wake up, my love" is sort of a very uh, romantic relationship kind of phrase, which is what points me toward this as a lover and this idea of belonging to each other. Like, you don't think about that as much with, let's say, like familial love, right? So, yeah, I guess that's my reading. That's sort of my final interpretation that I come to with this Ishmael. Is that this is a poem about romantic love. The end of it, someone sort of one morning arbitrarily deciding to go, maybe not arbitrary, but perhaps from the perspective of our eye, leaving one in mourning, crying, sad, but simultaneously carrying the acknowledgement, even as they wish for perhaps that person to return, that they still have the path and they still go on and they still have the rest of their life and they are alive and that person is dead to them, which, gives them chance to move forward in their own life. That's that's kind of what I get from this. um, yeah, and I like that reading. I think it's a beautiful way to depict that thing. It's very clever. I mean, there's so much clever stuff happening in this. I like the whole um like dead and the whole belonging and the belongs and the different things that belong. I think the sky having to cry is just beautiful imagery. Um, this idea of distance and the whole sort of sleeping versus dead versus something else or potentially something else is cool as well, right? So, yeah. Does that leave you with any comments or questions, Ishmael, um, regarding any of that, right? Any thoughts or other directions you'd like to point me because you'd like me to look for some other interpretation or that kind of thing? Because that's all welcome. Um, or if anyone else has questions or comments or thoughts on this poem or radically different ways that you all read it, interpretations, thoughts, uh, all of that, different themes, different things that you think I didn't notice or didn't speak to in adequate length, all of that is welcome. Welcome. I should think later on how to give more hints in my later poems. So it seems you would rather me end up somewhere else. Maybe is um what that implies. Uh the love was a horse. The love was a horse. You tried to hint at it in the first stanza. Oh, uh so it's funny that I like when I read this the first time and you did the dead, 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 dead thing, I said you sort of were beating it to death. And I was gonna say like beating a dead horse. um which, maybe if I said it out loud, right? You try to hint at it in the first stanza. Um by magic might you turn the far to near. Okay, so like riding, right? Distances. Uh, wake up, my love. These lands belong to you. By kind favors of careless tears you sweat. See, I don't like. I'm not sure. That line is pointing toward horse to me. Uh, by kind favors of careless tears you sweat. These lands belong to you by the sweat, by your exertion, these lands belong to you. The path between the path belongs to me. Like it belongs to me now since I don't have you. Your eyes reject my call as sloth took you. I lied as I'm a poet, you're dead, that's why. The dead wakes up no more, as dead is dead, the dead is death's. This poem belongs to whom? On such day my face should care to weep. The skies above should know they have to join. They too will fall, as all belongs to God, yet we belong to each other. Like, I can see it now, right? Like I can sort of see it. Um I can see it through beating a dead horse or beating the dead death. Beating dead to death almost got me there in some capacity. Uh but like I never Ishmael would have got there on my own, you know. So in that sense, um you know, perhaps you want, well, one thing you've done is you've written a very beautiful poem about death and about like the loss of someone or something, right? And the fact that it is about a horse, right, doesn't, like, that you wrote it about a horse doesn't change that fact. And I think, like, one option you could certainly take with a poem like this is to leave it as is, right? Because sort of if you like push the poem too much toward like where one would like immediately read that it's about a horse, then one would be less able to, your reader would be less able to like relate that poem to perhaps a person, right, who has died in their life, or a lover they have lost, that kind of thing. So if you leave it vague, right, we talk about this all the time on stream, that this is like a perfect example, right? We have vague and we have specific, right? And if you leave it vague, then it gives your reader more possible interpretations, right? Even just within this poem, I had like maybe it's like a person who has died, maybe it's a lover who has left, or a lover who has died, or something in between those things. If you're super specific, right, then the only reading is like this was about a horse. And if we keep the vagueness, then our readers are more able to like insert their own experience into the work. And that can be a good thing, right? Unless our goal is specifically to, like, let's say, communicate to our readers the tragedy and the pain of losing this horse, right? If that's the case, then we probably want to be specific about horse, right? And like doing one of these things versus the other, um, one is not more right or wrong than the other. I mean, you've heard all of this, Ishmael, on my streams before. But it is a choice that we have to make, right? You could choose from here to stay where you are on the side of vagueness, or you could push it in the direction of specificity. You could get more vague, right? I don't know if I would recommend that reading this poem. Um, but, you know, something I like to do is I like to put this on a graph. Ishmael, you've seen this graph. Most of the new people haven't seen this graph because I haven't drawn it in a while. But if you like graphs and math and that kind of stuff, this can be a good way to think about specificity, right? S for specificity, right? In poetry. And I on this axis for interpretations. Interpretations, number of interpretations. um, where if we are extremely unspecific in our work, right? Unspecific to the point where there is no concrete imagery, there is no grammar, there is no anything for the reader to latch on to, right? We give the reader sort of infinite license to interpret the poem as they wish. So you have this sort of like a as approaches zero approaches infinity kind of function. Arguably, one could say if you're entirely unspecific, that's the lack of any words and there's nothing to interpret. Unsure. So it could look like this, or it could look like this. But as we get more specific, right? We have a line here. This is at 1, right? As we get more specific, more like trying to communicate a single thing, more concrete, more like obvious, right, with our writing, we get closer and closer to where our readers really only have one possible conclusion to draw from our poem, right? And this can be good, right? Sometimes we really want our readers to get one thing. Sometimes we really want our readers to be able to like take a poem where we want it, wherever they want to. You know, sometimes we want like in between, where they know this poem is about love, but they don't know much more than that. Or they know this poem is about death, like the one we read, but it's not specific enough to say that it's about a dead lover or a dead person or a dead horse or a lost lover. It's not vague enough that we can like completely ignore that the poem is about death, right? Um, Now, of course, with a graph like this, people would ask, like, well, where should I put my poem? And I think the answer is that none of this is wrong, right? All of this is valid territory to be writing in. uh, it's just that um, it's your choice as a writer and as a reader, right? What you like and what you like to read and what you like to do. Some people will read a poem here and be like, this isn't telling me anything, right? Be more specific. Some people will read a poem here and want to have that sort of freedom, right, to insert themselves into the work. Some people would read this and say, pick a side, you know? So as a writer, you know, whatever we do, we just want to be confident and true to ourselves in wherever we end up landing on this graph, because nothing here is wrong. I certainly encourage people to experiment with both sides, right? Try to write a poem that can be about anything. Try to write a poem that can be about nothing but one thing. Try to land somewhere in between. That can be a useful way to practice, right? And to learn. Um, but yeah, always useful. I like graphing things. um, so Ishmael, now that we have the big reveal that this is about a horse, um, and like it makes sense, right? Um, do you have any other questions? Like we could talk about making this poem more clear or less clear. I imagine you are probably capable of figuring that out yourself if you're even trying to edit this poem. I don't know if you're someone who revises. But do you have any other comments, questions, or does anyone else, or feedback for Ishmael, or questions for Ishmael as the author of this poem? I think all of that is welcome, right? Welcome, Nikki. You are here. um, so there is no correct formula to write poems. That's mind opening. Yeah, absolutely. Um, there is no correct thing. And I draw a number of these graphs, right? So this one is like, specificity to interpretations, right? Um, Another thing is like this is like one way to look at poems. But is a long poem better than a short poem, Kutara? Like, I can ask that question. I can actually ask that question of everyone in chat. Is a long poem better than a short poem? If y'all actually want to give your answers, feel free. Um, but it's sort of a difficult question to answer because you're like, well, there's so many different long poems and there's so many different short poems, and that doesn't say anything about the content of the poem itself, right? It's just about what it tells. Yeah. If you can, write something that you love in a short space, do so. If you need a long space, do it in a long space, right? If one is more fun than the other, do what you prefer. A poem is good if it conveys what it means to. That's one way to look at it, right? Um, but I think a non-specific poem isn't meaning to convey anything, right? And that poem can be good too. We have like nonsensical poems, right, that don't want to convey. Um, like there are a number of ways to even define what a good poem is beyond like content, right? A good poem is one that the poet wrote for fun. That would probably or had fun writing. Um, then that would probably exclude a lot of great poems, you know? But that's a reasonable way to define it. But yeah, I mean, so Kutara, yeah, there's no correct way to write poems. There's no correct form. There's no correct whatever, right? A poem that I jumped to that broke my brain a long time ago uh, is called Blanche. Wait, is that really the name of the poem? Blanche says meh? Yeah. Blanche says meh. or Afrofuturism by Douglas Kearney. Douglas Kearney is an incredible poet. This is a poem, right? uh, is it wrong for having all sorts of different type and having things going vertical and horizontal and diagonal and being in boxes and crossed out? You know? No, right? This is not less of a poem. In the most recent poetry magazine, actually, there's a poem that is genuinely a graph. Not that it being in poetry makes it more of a poem. Where is this? Is it in the prior issue? Right, but like, poems can look like so many different things. Poems can sound like so many different things. Here's another poem, right? Everything will be fucked forever / a time of peace always comes again is the title of this poem, right? You can find this on poetry.com or poetry.org, poetry magazine. I don't know, poetryfoundation.com. Anyway, so like, that's not what I want. I want to come back to here. So like, there is no correct form, right? There's no correct tone. We have like silly poems and serious poems, and they can all be great. No correct length. They can be long or short. So yeah. Lack of meaning sometimes gives people to create their own meaning out of writing. I'm sure same goes for poems. Yeah, absolutely. Ishmael, you asked a question a second ago. Do I like the last stanza? I think is what you asked. Or is the last stanza good? I mean, like, is the last stanza good? Do you think it's good? On such a day, my face should care to weep. The skies above should know they have to join. I think that's a beautiful line. The skies above should know they have to join. They too will fall as all belongs to God, right? This like connection to me and God. And so like the skies will pour out in sorrow for me is a really beautiful sentiment. Yet we belong to each other. And I love how that last line like breaks the sort of verse like consistency of this, right? I can read the whole thing again to really illustrate it. By magic might you turn the far to near. Wake up, my love, these lands belong to you. By kind favors of careless tears you sweat. The path belongs to me. Your eyes reject my call as sloth took you. I lied, as I'm a poet. You're dead, that's why. The dead wakes up no more, as dead is dead. The dead is death's. This poem belongs to whom? On such a day my face should care to weep. The skies above should know they have to join. They too will fall as all belongs to God. Yet we belong to each other. Like it's like that line just really like punctuates the whole poem. And like that's something a last stanza can do, right? That can be a really good thing for a last stanza is to like really like have a hard stop at the end of the poem, right? It like bam, punctuation, period, it's done, right? And I think that line accomplishes that. Now if that's not what you want it to do, then it's probably like maybe not good to you. But I like the effect that it gives. So I'm generally a fan of the last stanza. Maybe a better like if you want something more specific than that, Ishmael, you might ask, you know, rather than is the last stanza good, is the last stanza good at doing something? Right? Is the last stanza good at punctuating this poem? Hell yeah. Is the last stanza good at reinforcing the idea that this poem is about a horse? I don't think so. Right? Is the last stanza good at, I don't know, leaving an open end? No. Right? It's punctuated. It's a very closed ending. And we could talk about why for each of those things. Is the last stanza good at preserving the verse? No, because it kind of like breaks the verse a little bit, but that's cool, right? Um, right? It doesn't have like it being bad at something also doesn't mean that it's bad. Because it probably means it's good at something else. um, yeah, maybe, yeah. If y'all other people in chat, um, uh, you take notes there, right? Those are the questions that are helpful. Does the last stanza show that I am sad? On such a day, my face should care to weep. The skies above should know they have to join. Yeah, I mean, to be so sorrowful um, that one would want the world to reflect it, right? Or even to feel that the sky is falling and the world is gloomy because of one's own sorrow, I think absolutely, right, communicates sad. And I think the break of the verse, right, yet we belong to each other, right, gives it this really somber settling, right? It's just like the real like crushing weight of that reality feels like it sits within that line, you know? On such like it says like it's done. This is my final contemplation on this and this is my lot, right? Um on such a day, my face should care to weep. The sky above should know they have to join. They too will fall, as all belongs to God, yet we belong to each other. Like, yeah, feels sad to me. Um, and I think it does have a little bit of comfort. Like, to me, the all belongs to God has a feeling of spiritual comfort in that line, which means it's not all entirely sad. But overall, I would say definitely. Um, it's sad, but there's a feeling of like this is the reality. This is what happens. Um, so there's like an acceptance, a light acceptance, right? And it's kind of cool because the poem takes us from a sort of denial to acceptance, right? If we want to look at it sort of in stages of grief, right? By magic might you turn the far to near. At least by my original reading, was like wishing for a sort of fantastic return to this person, but also, or this horse, but also like the saying, wake up, like this denial, this like you're still alive, you're just asleep. And then by the end, right, we come to like belonged, right, over, gone. We come to weeping, but we come to like all belongs to God. Like it's kind of okay, but it's tragic and it's sad. Um, and I think that means like right as a conclusion as something that circles back to start. Um, it works on that level as well, which is something that I personally love to see a final stanza do. Um, though that's a personal preference, right? Ace, you say on Instagram, I've been seeing a lot of poetry that's kind of like blackout poetry, except it builds different sentences from one main anchor sentence. That sounds cool. Can you send some of that in the Discord? I'm not sure I can quite like grasp what that would look like. But that sounds really cool. um, yeah. Anyway, so Ishmael, yes. Last stanza is sad. Actually, as I was like describing that, I'm like, wow, this really does hit, and it really has like a very real feeling of sad to it. Um, anything else? Any other questions, comments, thoughts from anyone, for anyone? Questions to the author, questions from the author, questions to me, comments, critiques. Uh, does anyone hate this poem and just absolutely can't stand it and needs to voice that fact? Because that's allowed. We're allowed to not like each other's poems in here. I think we should have like reasons and like constructive things. I don't think I've ever had someone say it in chat. But y'all are allowed to. Um, if you don't, I like it, but that's nothing new. No, nothing, nothing at all. I have to like sit here and sort of wait because I know y'all are like furiously typing full paragraphs of really constructive and thoughtful responses to Ishmael, and I have to give you time to do that. Surely you were. Surely you were, and you haven't just now started doing that. What, you want us to show hate? I don't want you to be hateful, but I think if you don't like a poem and have a reason, and you have a reason that you don't like it, that's absolutely something that like is uh, welcome, right? Because I think like getting feedback from multiple people and like also as a contrast to me, I'm pretty much always going to respond to anything sent to me like positively because I'm seeking out the good things about it. Um, People disliking things is something I like. I'm almost never going to say that I outright dislike something on stream, but other people are more willing to say those things. So I welcome that, right? uh, Maybe hate is a strong way to say it, and I don't think y'all should be hateful. I don't think most poems are worth hating. But if someone did read this and hated it, I would be really curious to know like what about this is just like grinding their gears and tearing them apart to the point that they just have to say like this is awful, you know, like that's quite fascinating because I don't see much here that would be worth hating. So if someone did, I would want to know, you know. Um, I just saw a YouTube thumbnail today from one of those annoying poetry YouTube channels that was like, Atticus's poetry broke me. You know, Atticus, Insta poet. This is a channel that I often see thumbnails of them basically shitting on like the Ruby Cowers of the world and the Atticuses of the world. Um, and I'm like, obviously, like they're probably doing it for clicks or whatever, or they're just really arrogant. I didn't watch their video, but like, um, does that poetry, right? Like, do they read that and really think like this is just awful and I hate it and there's nothing redeeming here and I can't stand it? You know, like that really fascinates me, right? If someone were to observe a piece of art, like even if you think it's mediocre, right? Like what is so bad about it that makes you like make a video? And it's probably that Atticus is successful and this person's poetry is probably like less successful than Atticus. Because Atticus and Ruby Coward and all these people are very successful, and there's like an ego thing going on. Um, but it just troubles me. But that makes me really curious, right? If someone didn't like this poem, I would love to know why, right? If the channel is big, it's definitely for clicks. Yeah, probably, right? Um, but that comes from somewhere, right? That comes from like probably a genuine disdain of like the Insta poets. If you're like, you know, doing it consistently. Um, but maybe I don't know. Maybe I just don't have that dog in me to like sort of set aside my morals and my like rational value and like to like be hateful on the internet. That's not hateful, but to be really obnoxious on the internet for clicks. Um, like, yeah, I guess maybe some people just can do that, or they're not. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to, you know. I also wouldn't want to like psychoanalyze this person from basically a number of thumbnails that I've seen. Um, yeah. um. Anyway, Anyway, get off my soapbox. I'm getting distracted. That'd be kind of fun. Doing like, I feel like I might actually enjoy watching a video like that and reacting to it. Like, I hate reaction content. Um, but I feel like those kinds of videos would be really nice to just react to in a measured way and just feel like, why? Why do you hate this so much, you know? Um, and maybe they're not all that bad, and maybe I should just watch their content, and it's a thumbnail thing. Um, maybe I should do my research about the poetic YouTube internet space, but I don't really want to. I don't really want to watch that, you know? These are the three worst poets ever, you know? I don't know. Sounds like there's nothing else on this poem from Ishmael. So I will give it a final read, and we can keep talking about all of that. But I have to pee. So I want to like read this poem so it can be like an ending, and I can say like thank you for submitting and all of that. So seems like there are no other questions. But thank you so much for submitting, Ishmael. I hope this was helpful. Uh, I would say that I'm sorry that I didn't pick up on the horse thing, but like I'm not sorry. You know, it was very, very, very subtly hidden. Very, very subtle. So, um, you know, I'm not about to apologize about my own reading. um, we didn't find the horse, and that's okay. Here's One Morning by Ishmael. By magic, might you turn the far to near. Wake up, my love. These lands belong to you. By kind favors of careless tears you sweat, the path belongs to me. Your eyes reject my call as sloth took you. I lied, as I'm a poet. You're dead, that's why. The dead wakes up no more as dead is dead. The dead is death's. This poem belongs to whom? On such a day my face should care to weep. The skies above should know they have to join. They too will fall as all belongs to God. Yet we belonged to each other. Yeah, let's get some snaps. Yeah. Lovely work. Cool poem. I'm gonna run an ad and go to the bathroom because I've been drinking a lot of water. I'll be right back. Hello. Such immersive music. I don't know if you were here at the start when I was talking about it, Katara, but I made it. That's my music. Which is super cool to me. um, and I can use my own music on stream. Yeah, really. Um, yeah. Isn't that sick? Yeah. That is my first like finished project of ambient music. Um, I intend to continue to write a lot more. Um, and I think I have, a far way to go, but I think it's a promising beginning. um, but yeah, I love ambient music and atmospheric stuff and video game music and you know that kind of stuff, scoring. I should compose more. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm composing an appropriate amount given that I started composing 2 weeks ago. um, but I will compose more. I don't know if you mean compose more as in just compose more works or compose more often, but I've been composing often enough, and I will compose more. So that's that, right? um, it's very fun. It's something I feel like I could just do kind of endlessly. Um, and I found like the way to do it that works for me, which is always what I advise with art, right? Is to write poetry or write your novel in whatever manner works for you, right? That feels like your expression. And for me, um, I really like the term used in classical music is programmatic music, um, which just means a piece of music that is based on uh, like a scene or an image or like a specific thing. So, for example, The Carnival of the Animals by Ravel goes through like 12 movements or 20 movements or something. Each one is an animal, and the music like reflects that animal. So in that case, that song is it's called the drawing lesson, and it's actually a scene from a D&D campaign that I'm playing in that I basically said like if I were to score this with music, what would it sound like, right? And that really works for me. I feel like I could write poetry that or write music that like reflects a poem or write more music that fits with the D&D campaign or write music that reflects a specific scene in a book I'm reading. I think that really like works for my brain. So cuz then I'm sort of like representing something. Uh and it's fun. It's so fun. One of the only like productive things I can do while sitting in a Discord call um, with my friends. I can't write if I'm in a Discord call with friends, but I can write music. So that's a way I've been able to do a lot of it. Go like flow state, or write a poem and write music for it. Yeah, I think I could probably do that. Um, I haven't tried it yet, right? But I do think it just might be possible, um, if I try. If I think really hard about it and channel my stuff. If it's a concrete poem, if it's a specific poem, if it's on the right side of the specificity curve, probably, right? Because then I'm like, there's something about the concreteness that balances out the fundamental abstraction of music or something. Uh, yeah. How can I get 1K subscribers? You're barking up the wrong tree, Elite Gamer 111, because I'm pretty sure I have like 180 on YouTube. But I also think you might be a bot. So yeah. I wouldn't ask someone with less than 1,000 subs how to get 1,000 subs. um, because YouTube is hilarious. The YouTube comments are always so like random. I feel like when people show up, um, and maybe it's because YouTube is like worse at sort of like recommending to the people who are interested in the actual channel or something. Like its algorithm is less suited for like live stream, which makes sense. um, but I should like um, post more on my actual YouTube, right? What about your YouTube channel? I guess be more of an elite gamer. Keep posting elite uh, gaming content, and if you're elite enough, and if you're gamer enough, um, I think you'll have no problem getting there, right? Um, and consistency, right? Consistency. Uh, in all seriousness, right? If you're trying to succeed on social media, you just keep doing it and you keep struggling with obscurity, um, and you fail and you suck, but you don't beg in other people's chats to have them look at your channel and subscribe because that makes you look annoying, uh, and then that's not going to get anyone to want to watch your stuff. You should just you know so funny. um Yeah, if you guys are on Twitch and you don't see the YouTube chat, you can look at the on-screen chat. Like I don't know, because the chat like covers it or whatever. This is being quite funny, but I also wonder if this is one of those like automated kind of chatbot things. Also, how you edit your footage plays a huge part. That's why I don't succeed on YouTube, because I would like put my VODs up from these streams and I just wouldn't edit them, and they're like these 2-hour chunks of like nonsense, of me reading poetry. Also, welcome in the busy bard. Um, yeah, we talk about poetry here since I see you're new. I read people's poetry. That's what we're doing today. This was from Mutasimiso in chat. Um, yeah, it's not nonsense though. Yeah, I guess so. Elite Gamer is gonna leave my live stream for not checking out their YouTube channel. Man, don't leave. Stay. I can't lose you. But yeah, on YouTube, no one's watching it. Like a 5-hour stream video, yeah, no one's gonna watch that VOD, right? And that's fine, right? Uh, I try to clip my streams, but it's very hard to get good clips of me because like I can't really get good clips when I'm here because it's like hand and face. So when I'm here, I can get like yapping clips, but I'm so long-winded and my sentences go for like 2 minutes, and the clip is like 1 minute, 1 minute max. You wrote a paper on it? That's super cool. Wait, I wrote a paper on it a while back. There's little subtle things you can do that, regardless of content, change how people are engaged. So you do like you like study this. You're like a internet researcher. Like do you like are you like a data person, like a data scientist or something? 6 to 8 seconds. You need something to shift, change, move, zoom, etc. So basically when I'm talking about writing on here, I should be like panning around every 6 seconds so there's motion to keep people's attention spans. I feel like that's hard when I'm trying to talk about one line, but it makes sense, right? That's the philosophy of like the YouTube short with the Subway Surfers at the bottom, because it like keeps our little brains attentive to the other thing. I mean, I fall for that, right? I have a little ancient reptilian brain that latches on to motion and such. Um, where can I find your paper? That sounds really cool. um, yeah, research paper on internet attention. Yeah, it's a special interest. I wrote a lit review cross-examining film advertisement with a focus on virality. That's so sick. That's so cool. Um, Definitely, yeah, definitely well into special interest territory, right? Um, um, yeah, that's crazy. I guess if you shared your paper, you would be like probably doxing your name because your name because like names go on academic papers, right? You didn't publish it. Oh, I see. My teacher wanted me to go and do a whole big research project. I understand. Gotcha. Um, that's still super cool. And I guess it's cool that your teacher was confident in that. You were comp sci. That makes sense, right? Data and all of that. Uh, that stuff's super cool. That stuff fascinates me, and it's not something I really know because I know poetry and I know writing and I know music. Uh, I'm an artist, right? And I like math and I like statistics and I like numbers. But that's always been like a casual interest since like school made it less fun, probably. It's kind of cool. You can see it if you know what to look for. Yeah, makes sense. Um, yeah. Well, if you want to share your unpublished paper, if you're ever bored, pull up someone like Dangerously Funny and ignore the content and just focus on the cuts, edits, zooms, etc. Yeah, that's actually very smart, right? To um, just watch it regardless of content and see, like, regardless of actual substance, what makes something successful and what sort of is happening across the most successful people, aesthetically, right? Production wise, outside of content. Uh, that's smart. If I was wise and wanted my channel to or I don't know why I don't like put in that effort on my own channel. It's kind of curious, right? Um, just like you know, really pushing and doing certain things to make it grow. I'm not sure. Maybe it's like the musician in me, the philosophy of like practicing and things just gradually getting better over time or something. It's totally just presumption, but I really think it has to do with how language works. Interesting. How does cuts and motion at that interval, is it sort of like showing punctuation in a sense? Like here's like there's 6 seconds, and that's kind of the length of a short sentence, and then okay, conversation sentences are on an average 8 seconds. Gotcha. Um, hmm. Okay, so then it cuts and it shows like something punctuated. Here's a new idea, and it like latches onto that pre-existing like brain physiology that we've evolved. That's really cool. See, that's not how my conversations work because I like I ramble. I'm a rambler. Uh, so I feel like I struggle to get an idea within like a 15-second span. So it's just my struggle. Okay, average of 8 seconds, and then something new has to happen. Yeah, that's really sick. It's cool how things like that converge, right? When you start to like look at human behavior, you end up getting like this convergence of, something like linguistics, right? But then like you're studying it or you've studied it basically through like computer science, right? And then it's also really like this thing about content and how we like market and like engage people's attention. And then attention is kind of like this like neuroscience thing, but there's also like neurolinguistics, right? The linguistics of brain function and how that connects with things. Um, and that all just connects with like probably the physiology of the length of a human breath, right? Because it's kind of hard when you take a full breath to like speak for much longer than 8 seconds. I can do longer because I play the saxophone and do cardio or whatever. Um, but I think most people, right? It's the same with poetry, right? We have iambic pentameter. Um, ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. And that's meant to mirror roughly the length of a breath. Da-dun, 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 da-dun. That was probably like 6 seconds or something. I don't know. Maybe it was a little shorter. um, I didn't end up doing anything official, but watching videos that are from other countries, the timing is different. Like Latin American content is even faster. Spanish is a much faster language, so they're going to have quicker cuts. Interesting. That's a really cool hypothesis that um that that's based on language, and that connects to the way we communicate. I wonder if you could look at other languages. Maybe there are languages that on average have like longer sentences, uh, and see if their content is cut and edited differently. I don't know. You surely you've looked into languages with longer and shorter sentences. I wonder which languages uh languages by length of sentence, by average length of sentence. Now I'm like gonna look this up because that's really so. Chinese means sentence length, but that's by what? By characters? Wiley Online Library. Chinese content feels slow. I have a tablet from China and I have Chinese TikTok. Interesting. Sentence length reflects cognitive constraints. Oh, this is a paper in cognitive science. Um, Sentence length reflects cognitive constraints and stylistic decisions about speech and text segmentation for effective communication. But whether sentence length distributions follow universal patterns across languages and genres remains unclear. Analyzing 10 languages, linguistic genealogy. Well, that doesn't actually tell me what I need to know. um, we'll go to Reddit. Average word length. Well, that's word length. These things are hard to look up when you get to these really obscure inquiries on the internet, and then you get hunted by like AI overviews that want to tell you just like false, hallucinated information. You're listening on the way home from work. Excellent, furry combat wombat. Welcome. Glad to have you back. um, Chinese content feels slow. So yeah, that's so cool. That's like genuinely so awesome and fascinating. The busy part, and I mean, I don't have much to add to a conversation like that as someone only casually interested in linguistics and mostly a poet. But uh, I don't know. I'm just fascinated. If you ever, if you ever, you know, come to some conclusion on that, you can come back here and let me know. uh, but we should read another poem because that's what we do here. We should read another poem. And I think it will probably be who's in chat. We still have Nikki. Should I read a Nikki poem? We haven't done that in a while. Definitely one of these days when I'm not busy as fuck. Yeah, sure. Understandable. Um, do you write creatively, the busy bard? Um, this is a community of a number of creative writers. Yeah? What do you like to write? I guess bard maybe has some implication there of either fantasy and D&D or poetry as in Shakespeare. So that's certainly a bit of a clue. I want to go back to study it. If I had lots of free money, sure. Yeah. Sucks, right? For profit universities and such. You write fantasy. My series is a lit RPG adventure at the moment. That's super cool. That's super awesome. You're taking a break from editing. Gotcha. Um, well, on stream, I do take submissions for any genre, not just poetry. So if you ever want to share, basically I just read stuff on stream and I like talk about it. And if people want critique or have questions, I do that. And if you want, you can join our Discord server, and then you'd be able to do so. That's what I do. That's the whole stream. People send me shit. I yeah, I talk about it. So that's kind of the sitch. Um, what is Rainbow Royal Road? Is this? I presume this is a place that people host their writing, but I've never heard of Royal Road. Can one of you Royal Road? Are one of you willing to explain to me this place? Because I just share my poems on Instagram, and I have Substack, I guess, that I don't use. It's like Wattpad, okay, but like better. It's a forum that was made to translate, yeah. I love how forums and websites evolve in that way, and they start as like, oh yeah, we're just making this forum to do this one thing, and then it turns into a whole evolved and yeah, indie author space. That's cool. Um, I feel like I could definitely be posting my poetry more places, right? Like maybe I should be dumping my stuff onto all poetry and uh other forums and stuff, but it's like menial, right? It's like, oh, I'm gonna post my thing here and post my thing here. Um, but that's probably like a I don't know, if one was efficient, that might be time well spent. Uh, Inkit, Substack, AO3, right? Yeah, and they're all for like slightly different things, which is tricky, right? Um, that's the site you read the first chapter of my novel. Okay, I just didn't look at the website. There's a bunch of people that use it to build an audience for Amazon. Oh, and then they do the print to demand. And it's gotten a bunch of weight behind it now because some publishers now watch the site. Yeah, publishers do like that. I've heard that from some publishers directly, that more and more the publishing industry looks at social media presence, followers, because to some degree that converts to sales and an audience for a book, right? And people will go from like unpublished but big on book talk to like bam, like bestseller, right? Because of that thing. And that's such a new phenomenon in, publishing, right? I guess probably always like you could have celebrities and they'd publish their memoir and everyone would go buy it though. So not entirely novel, right? That's been around in a different way. But that was probably less quantifiable, right? The beauty of social media, the beauty and the horror of social media, is that everyone is quantified um, by followers and uh, everything else, right? You can just see, oh, how many likes are they getting, how many comments, and probably plug it into some equation to decide how big of an advance they should get. You're launching your story on Amazon in July. Dope. So that's why I'm over here stress writing. Gotcha. Stress editing. Super cool. And congrats on doing that. I am definitely pro, right? The sort of self-publishing, print to demand. Like a lot of people are like, that's not real publishing or whatever. Um, but like, you know, the individual artist gotta gotta get their bag or whatever. Not real publishing, right? Like, people will do anything to to shit on other artists, right? We were talking about that earlier with like poetry content on YouTube, and we talk about that a lot. Um, Tell that to Matt Dinneman. I don't know who Matt Dinneman is, but I'd have to imagine he was an author who published via Amazon and print to demand and was massively successful. Um, Welcome to the World Dungeon again. Series creator Matt Dinniman. Um, Matt Dinniman, American author known for fantasy lit RPG series Crawler Carl and science fiction operation. This guy's got a whole ass Wikipedia page, so he got picked up by Penguin. Wow. Hit rank 1 Audible and Amazon ebook. Wow. Wow. That's impressive. Almost the only way to publish poetry anymore. Yeah. I mean the only other way, right, is to submit to like independent presses doing like manuscript competitions, and those are hyper competitive, right? And usually like low volume, and then there's like the whole rights thing, and you can get like a chunk of change for it, but that's a whole, the chapbook contests and things like that, and some of those are scammy, so you have to be careful. Ugh, yeah. The book is like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy plus the Hunger Games. All of the main characters are TikTok influencers, not by choice, on that reality death show. That sounds super cool. So it's like kooky sci-fi death battle, have to like live stream their shit. That's a cool premise. Dungeon Crawler Carl is super huge on Book Talk. Okay. Plus video game mechanics. That sounds really cool. So you said lit RPG describing your book Busy Bard, and I saw lit RPG describing his books. What does that mean? I mean, literary RPG role playing game. So is it just a book inspired by like RPGs and that kind of cultural space, but as a book? Because I've actually never heard that term. I'm not on like, I don't know if that's like I don't know where that term comes from. I play RPGs. I play D&D. Lit RPG, take a book magic system and swap it. Lit RPG, take a book magic system and swap it with an AI controlling it / video game mechanics. Gotcha. Okay, so it's like that game existing within the narrative. Okay, that makes sense. By an insane AI who has a foot fetish. Dope. That should be in every sci-fi book, I think. um, yeah. Okay. Well, that's dope. Beside that, it's pretty much sci-fi fantasy. Gotcha. So what would be? I'm trying to think of sci-fi and fantasy I've read that would be lit RPGs. Um, but I feel like I haven't read fantasy in a long time. With like leveling. So like so in a sense like Ready Player One was kind of a lit RPG. I read that a long time ago. I read that in like middle school or high school. That's probably high school. Okay, gotcha. I understand. um except magic is skills and levels. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. That's cool. I definitely like that. So I guess you see that a lot in like anime, although at that point it's not lit, right? That's just like, um, I got reincarnated as a slime or whatever. People want to use the term progression fantasy, but lit RPG is kind of here to stay. I think lit RPG makes sense, right? Um, because so much of that does emerge from D&D and RPGs and online RPGs, right? That like it's such a nice shorthand. I do like that term. Ready Player One is debated, but I consider it to be. That's because people just don't like Ready Player One. I feel like I remember that book getting a bunch of hate, or people really gave Ready Player Two a lot of hate, right? Um, I think I read that. I don't know. Because they're like, why does this need a sequel? Um, yeah. I learned a new word today. Guys, that's awesome. I love when stream teaches me things. I know so much. Was a fun talk. Gotta dip and pick up the wifey. Well, Drive safe if you're picking up via car. Otherwise, travel safe regardless. Um, try out Dungeon Crawler Carl. Okay, maybe I'll have to check it out. Oh, you're talking to Katara, but maybe I will have to as well. But Crime and Punishment is looking real imposing at page 30, so um, I gotta gotta work through that one too. There aren't really leveling mechanics in it, but there is definitely min maxing. Gotcha. Audiobook is amazing. Oh, okay. Is it like fully voiced with like different characters, or just like a single narrator? Audiobook of the year last year. Do people do that with audiobooks? Do they like voice all the Are there any audiobooks that fully voice all the characters? I've never been a big audiobook person. Um but I think of like Disco Elysium, which I recently played, with all of its narration. So I feel like you could do that for an audiobook. Single narrator, but his range is nuts. Okay. Love a good narrator. Um, there are like two good kinds of audiobook narrators, and one to me is like their voice does not change, but their voice is lovely. And then the other one is like they really have fun with it, right? Um Man, that actually makes me want to go like listen to another audio drama. I haven't listened to an audio drama in a while. Yeah, more impressive to have one narrator, right? Have any audio drama fans in the room? I really love those things. It's such a cool form of media. Maybe I should make my own audio drama now that I'm making ambient music. I have all the tools I need. I'm a writer. I can read. I have a microphone. I can make music. Yeah. I legit know people who hated the Dungeon Crawl Carl book but love the audiobook. That's kind of an insane take though. um but I guess that's a testament to the the creative force of the narrator. So props to them for being cool like that. If anyone ever wants me to narrate your audiobook, um, let me know. I will. Not a voice actor, but y'all know my voice from me talking all the time. That'd be fun. Right? That's like a goal I need to have in my life. Narrate an audiobook. People should really like narrate their poetry books, and like then you could like buy a poetry ebook and then have like the files of like the poet performing every one of their poems. That'd be really cool, right? Has anyone done that? I've never seen that before, but I also don't buy poetry ebooks hardly ever. That'd be sick though. Maybe we gotta get on that. Okay, the conversation has circled back to poetry, and I think it's time for the stream to circle back to actually reading poetry. As lovely, as much as I love the conversations about all the other stuff, because that's super dope. We are gonna read your poetry, Nikki. And my question is, what I'm supposed to read. Um, is it looking for spring thaw? Are we reading? This is a villanelle, right? And we talked about reading your villanelle. So, is that the choice for today? Reading "Looking for Spring Thaw" by you. Uh, you sent this 2 weeks ago, man. I'm not actually that behind. We've been like a month behind before. I've probably been 2 months behind before. Unless there's another one, an older one. If you'd rather do a short story, that's up to you. Um, we'll do the poem, and then I know there's like a few other like essays and things of prose in chat right now or in the submissions, so maybe I would read one of those separate if I'm still feeling it. Um, Seems like you're further behind because Ray is a beast. Yeah, and there's been a bunch of recent submissions between like Fog Frog, Aussie, uh, the second chapter of Kutara's thing. Luna. I guess there's a few. Astromfang Under the Mango Tree. Yeah, there's a number of them, but we're not too far behind actually. I feel like a lot of stuff that Ray submits, I just never get to, and I don't know why that is. I don't know what it is about Ray's submissions that I just like skip them sometimes. Maybe he just doesn't remind me. But anyway, Nikki, we're gonna read your poem. I will ask if you have any questions, any things you would like me to point me toward in this poem, any things you would like me to focus on as I read it, and any questions that you might have along that line. I am ready and willing to approach the poem with those things in mind. Before we jump into looking for spring thaw, right? Hair is looking gorgeous. Thank you, Tay. Hello, welcome. Right? Yeah. How are you doing, Eclecte? I hope you are well. It's getting warm, isn't it? It's been quite hot here. Here is Unfocused, looking for spring thaw. Okay. Looking for spring thaw. I have the best hair. That's so kind. I put a lot of effort into it, so I'll take it. You want my genuine organic take on this poem, unfiltered, unbiased, influenced by you, and that's fine. We will go into it. We will read it. I'm doing it. It's been hot. Yes. We are. Yeah. Oh, Pinguino, you're here. Oh man, maybe we'll have to like read your poem after this one. We're just starting this poem. So there's that. Yeah. But it's okay. Yeah, I feel like this poem would have been more seasonal a few weeks ago. But now we've crossed into the threshold, at least where I live, into... Actually, today it's quite not hot. It's only 74 degrees Fahrenheit, which is, for the sensible people, 23 Celsius. That being said, first 40 degrees Celsius, 40 degrees Celsius day this week. For those in Fahrenheit, that is a peachy 104. So, yeah. Life is hell. We live in hell. Spring has already thawed. Spring has long thawed. It's been thawed for months. You just woke up, Penguino Man. Yes, you're on the other side of the world. That makes sense. What time is it for you in that faraway land? Anyway, let's start reading the poem. We like poetry here. Looking for Spring Thaw by Nikki. I think you loved me in October, before the winter made us harsh, but now I fear fall days are over. I felt our evenings growing colder, while my flame burned within your hearth. I think you loved me in October. And we let dying embers linger, casting fireflies in the dark, but now I fear fall days are over. Then the shadows deepen further, as their coldness drew a mark. I think you loved me in October. I heard winter crack like thunder, still craving autumn's vanished warmth, but now I fear fall days are over. I still see in you a lover, a shelter rocked against my storm. I think you loved me in October, but now I fear fall days are over. looking for spring thaw. It's 5:27 a.m. That's when I wake up. That's when Eclecte wakes up. That's crazy. I'm definitely a morning person. uh, yeah, I choose to wake up at 5:30, even though I have like no reason to. Imagine having more than one season. Yeah, you're very tropical. Um, so for those who are not aware, for those who have not studied their Dylan Thomas and their Sylvia Plath and such, this poem is a villanelle. Villanelle, Vil with two L's probably. Villanelle. Maybe it's one L. I'm not sure. Y'all can correct me on all of that. Villanelle. This is a form. So that's referring to the structure of this poem overall. And those of you who are attentive will have noticed that there is quite a repeating form in this work, right? And we can look at the first stanza. I think you loved me in October, before the winter made us harsh, but now I fear fall days are over. And I have these labeled as A and B, and we're going to use some more contrasting colors. A and B, right? And as we go throughout the poem, we see these things return. I think you loved me in October returns again, and it returns again, and it returns again. And then B alternates with it, ending each of these stanzas, and then ending the poem overall. So we get this A-B, kind of capping the first stanza, and then each one ends, alternating A-B, A-B, and then we end with A-B. And this also reflects the sort of traditional form of the villanelle, which is to have 3-line stanzas and then end with a 4-line stanza, and then to write, I believe, iambically. I think this, I felt our evenings growing colder while my flame burned within your hearth. Yeah, it's roughly iambic. Not nearly as important, I think, to have verse in a villanelle. But it definitely adds to the sort of momentum and such. So that's the form, and it's called a villanelle, right? We might wonder, why is this called a villanelle? Why does it have this scary villain in it, right? Villain, that's like evil. That's like, whatever. And that's because generally this kind of poem is associated with the idea of obsession. And it is that way because when we take these two refrains, oftentimes the repeating over and over again of these things kind of gives this impression of like raving, right? Not being able to let an idea go. And as we go through this poem, right, we kind of like go in slightly different directions. I felt our evenings growing colder while my flame burned within your hearth. And then we keep returning. We keep coming back to this idea, to this obsession. I think you loved me in October, right? And we let dying embers linger, casting fireflies in the dark. But now I fear fall days are over. So we move away and then we come back. We keep circling back to the same ideas over and over again. And we keep going, right? Then the shadows deepen further as coldness drew a mark. I think you loved me in October. And we have a slight change here. Variation is certainly allowed within form, within verse. And we have a question mark here to give it a little bit of spice, a little bit of change 3/4 of the way through. And then I heard winter crack like thunder, still craving autumn's vanished warmth. But now I fear fall days are over. And then we get the extra line to conclude, to round it out. I still see in you a lover, a shelter rocked against my storm. I think you loved me in October, but now I fear fall days are over. Right? And that is our form. Which is cool, right? I really like the villanelle. I think it's a fun form. Although that doesn't necessarily tell us an immense amount about the poem. In fact, just because the form kind of generally, commonly is used for obsession, that doesn't even necessarily mean that it has to be, right? This poem definitely kind of is, right? It's about this person who cannot let go of their lover, right? I think you loved me in October, before the winter made us harsh, but now I fear fall days are over. While our evenings growing colder, I felt our evenings growing colder while my flame burned within your hearth. I think you loved me in October. So it's this constant looking back, this inability to let go of October, of the fall days that are gone, and there's kind of this, right, stuckness in the past. And of course, this like desire, right? Things got cold, things got bad, right? And now we're looking for better, for it to warm up again, for this relationship to not be cold and distant and icy anymore. And that's kind of cool, right? Because it's sort of this obsession, right, with something getting better, this desire for it to become, more nice. So it's not exactly, a villanelle that's really raving and mad, right? It's more earnest and soft, which I think it's still a nice use of the form. Random, but your stream is nice to listen to while working. I'm glad you think so. Um, yeah, I think I try to be a little calmer than your average Twitch streamer, right? With yelling and gaming and alerts and sounds. I try to avoid those as much as possible. A while ago, I turned off my alerts for like follows and subscriptions because honestly, I just didn't want to like hear them and have them like surprise me and interrupt my stuff because I'd get like the alert sound and it would make me like jump out of my chair. So I just turned them off, even though a lot of streamers, like it's very common to have them, right? Rather have that simplicity. So, something else about the villanelle, since we're talking about it, is villanelles also do have a rhyme scheme. And the rhyme scheme is pretty simple, but usually, right, our two refrains will rhyme. So October and over, right? October, over. They rhyme. It's like a close rhyme, but a close rhyme is a rhyme. So in another example, do not go gentle into that good night. Something, 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 something. Rage, rage against the dying of the light are the A and B of a poem called Do Not Go Gentle Into That Good Night by Dylan Thomas. Right, so we have night and we have light as our sort of two endings, and that creates a rhyme. And that rhyme is naturally going to create a scheme throughout the poem because our last stanzas are always going to rhyme with each other. And the stanzas are short enough, right, that we're always going to remember that connection. But also, we have that same rhyme in the first line of each stanza. So it sort of has this way of, matching the structure of the first stanza, even though we've kind of changed and we're now alternating the refrains. Seems like it almost happens gradually. And like, I find it curious to think about the line, winter made us harsh, refers to like circumstances surrounding the relationship or something that happened within the relationship that made it harsh. Just a question that popped into my head after reading the first stanzas. Yeah, winter made us harsh, right? It has this sort of external feeling. And I think that's a really kind of subtle observation. External. Winter made us harsh. Something else, right? Time. And I think this could mean literally winter, right? This is one way to read this poem. That this poem could be very literal. And in winter, it grows like dark and gloomy. And that was like literally the undoing of these two lovers, right? But there could also just be this feeling that it's inevitable, right? What was it that undid us? Not so much winter as much as the seasons themselves, right? The passing of time And that's something that the seasons often represent in literature, in poetry, right? That it's time passing. It's the natural flow of things. It's things beginning, things coming to an end, right? And winter is a time when things end, right? Things die, they wither. I love how wither and winter uh, are so near to each other in rhymes. I've used that in a poem before, in a slam poem, actually. Um, I don't remember the line though. So that's another way to read this, right? Is it's just like a set of circumstances, right? Circumstances cause this. Is when seasonal affective disorder peaks, and actually, the withering and the winter um, is a line that I used in a poem called SAD, or seasonal affective disorder. Um, but yeah, and I think that goes along with like the literal winter causing this thing, right? We have this like seasonal affective reading, which could um, definitely be the thing, right? Winter made us harsh. We are just people that were affected in this way, affective, um, and this has caused this. So that very much could be sort of a reading of this poem. We'd have to see how else maybe that's justified throughout the poem, uh, whether that reading, feels justified or feels like it jumps out to any of us as readers, right? So I think you loved me in October. Easy enough as a line, and I think it's such a striking first line, right? I think you loved me in October says so much, right? It says we're not in love. It says I think, which gives this like lovely uncertainty, right? Like you almost ask when you read this line, did they? Did they ever love this person, right? Which maybe adds like a nice layer on top of this poem that um we might doubt the love itself. And maybe love is something that some would want to doubt if it's a love that didn't persist. I think you loved me in October, before the winter made us harsh. But now I fear fall days are over. So at the beginning of this poem we've gone, right? We've gone from October to November. We've gone into winter. I guess we've gone to December because that's when like the winter solstice is. But also I feel like winter kind of starts in November. It gets cold enough sometimes in November that like that's really winter. That's often when like the first snowfall is. So I think October is a good place to draw the line. Um, but now I fear fall days are over. I felt our evenings growing colder, while my flame burned within your hearth. I think you loved me in October. So something I like that this poem does that like already jumps out right here. But now I fear fall days are over. Right? Almost places that line within the present in November, right? Because now in November, just now, things have ended. But then there's also this line, this I think you loved me in October, that reads as sort of like a retrospective, maybe from a number of months later. Like the relationship has sort of like ended because there's this past tense, right? Felt our evenings growing colder while my flame burned within your hearth. I think you loved me in October, right? Which kind of like you have this like present tense, past tense thing going on, which is kind of cool. You're home safely, Furry Combat Wombat. That's excellent. um, Also, welcome back, Ray. You went on a little adventure. Where did you adventure to? Um, okay, and we let our this line too. While my flame burned within your hearth, it's kind of cool, right? My warmth being given to someone else. There's this sort of implication of one-sidedness, which could either be the love, right? I loved you, but you didn't love me, so I was warming you and was not getting any warmth in return, which is probably the tragedy of this. And then at a certain point, maybe I of the poem, ends up cold, ends up entirely empty of warmth, not being given any back, and then now only has to wait, right, for spring, for the world to warm them up. Um, but yeah, that's maybe like thinking ahead. While my flame burned within your hearth, I think you loved me in October. And we let dying embers linger, casting fireflies in the dark. But now, I fear fall days are over. So we're kind of holding on to these things, and maybe, right, when it wasn't so cold, when times weren't so difficult, when the relationship was easier, we could sort of like fake the fact that we were in love. We could sort of get by. We could sort of manage to, um, you know, seem like we were in love. And then now it's dark, now it's cold, and we just don't have enough to keep us going. And I like how this could be literal. This could literally be winter, right? You mentioned seasonal affective, Nikki. But also, this could, in so many ways, be figurative, right? Just this notion of, I guess, another phrase we could drop into this is that of a fair weather friend, right? Or a fair weather lover in this case. Um, that when things get hard, when it comes down to it, right? They're not there. And I like that we get this variation, at least so far, of interpretation, which is something you often, I know, strive for, Nikki, so it's no surprise. Then the shadows deepened further, as their coldness drew a mark. I think you loved me in October. I heard winter crack like thunder, still craving autumn's vanished warmth. But now I fear fall days are over. And I like, right? I like how we're moving forward in time. The shadows deepen further, right? So now we're into like winter, and then winter truly comes in. Winter cracks like thunder. It's here, and there's a moment. And this is kind of very real, right? Because things often in like relationships get worse gradually, right? And they get worse and they get worse and they're sort of falling apart. And then there's like a moment, right? And winter comes in. And even with seasons, I don't know if other people experience this. Tell me if you do, because I might just be crazy. There's always a moment when the season is over and the next one has started. For me, summer started last weekend. It started 5 days ago or something. I went on a hike with one of my friends. We were out in the desert. It was very hot. It was sunny. I smelled like the smell of dirt kicking up and like sweat. And I'm like, it's summer. That was the smell of summer. It's summer now. And the same always goes for fall and spring and winter. To me, in my mind, there's always this moment where things change, uh, which I think makes this like really conducive to write the beginning or end of a relationship. I think this poem very much could exist um, in the opposite, right? We could write a poem about spring into summer and like two lovers who are sort of blossoming, right? And there's like the flirting, like friends courting, and then there's like the moment when summer comes and it's hot, right? um, and that in itself could be a poem. Imagine a cycle of poems. Maybe you, I don't know, maybe you can take this idea and run with it, Nikki, but you tell the story of two lovers as spring to summer, summer to fall, fall to winter, winter to spring, right? Um, right. So this poem is uh fall to winter, right? It's like waiting for looking for spring, and then there's like the winter to spring, and it's looking to summer. That would be really cool. um, that and then like having four villanelles. it would be this constant obsession and this constant change, and this notion that we're always dissatisfied and looking for something, and that we're never actually happy with where we are, and that we're like fundamentally resigned to the motion of the seasons and the changes in our lives. Oh, that'd be so good. Yeah, take notes. Do it, Nikki. I'm not gonna do it. I can't write one villanelle to save my life. So, um, if you want to make it happen, I would love to see it. um, but it's cool, right? That we could very easily imagine sort of the other parts of this relationship by framing it within the seasons. I live in Maine. Summer starts when we go 2 to 3 weeks without snow. Gotcha. Usually mid-May. That's crazy. I heard that uh Utah, Park City got some snow last week. And that, yeah, I used to live there. Getting snow in late May is crazy. That cycle of poems, but half of them are one partner and half are the other. Oh, oh, it's perfect. It's beautiful. Nikki, you have to write this for us. You have to see it through. That would be like so masterful. That'd be so powerful. That like a whole story, cyclical. Um, so tragic. um, I want it. Um, yeah, the refrain is the hard part. You have to be able to write two really good lines. But I think you loved me in October is a banger of a line, and you'd have to do those, four of those without it getting repetitive, which is tricky. One partner is villanelles, the other partner is pontoons. There you go. That's a way to kind of show the distinction. Y'all are so creative and cool. Or sonnets, right? You could do sonnets as love poems. And then the sonnet person, right? Sonnet is that more like earnest love. Sonnet is that more like heartbeat. And then villanelle is that like intense, sort of fiery love, right? And this is why these two can never work out because one is a sonnet and one is a villanelle, right? Um, and I guess I don't know. Maybe every relationship, one person is the sonnet and one is the villanelle. Uh, y'all can run with that. Maybe that's the case. In every duo, one person is the sonnet, one is the villanelle. I could see it. Anyway, am I a sonnet or a villanelle? I'm probably a villanelle. Am I a sonnet? Y'all can decide. Should I put like a poll? We're gonna run an ad break. I'm a Tonka. Okay, I'll put a bunch of forms during the ad break, and y'all can vote on what kind of poem form. Sonnet, villanelle, Tonka. Should I do Tonka and haiku? I can give you guys multiple votes. Anyway, we're gonna run an ad. I'll be right back. I'll set up the poll for you guys. Welcome back. Welcome back. um, y'all are collaborating? Maybe someone will collab with me to write responses for winter, spring, waiting for summer. Dude, that'd be crazy. Uh, Sounds like both Pinguino and Wombat are interesting. I would love to see you all collaborate on poems. I feel like if any of y'all write collaborative poems, definitely send them to stream and I'll read them together. You know, that would be super, super cool. And I would be really stoked to do that. Okay. Uh, uh, um, you suggested Tonka Wombat. That's what I voted for. I voted for Tonka. Ooh, someone's saying Slam. I don't think that's wrong either. um, I think probably like sometimes, guys. Wait, maybe I should. One of y'all needs to make a website that's like, uh, your poetry personality test, and it's like what form of poem you are. And it's like a BuzzFeed quiz, you know. Um, and it has like a bunch of dumb questions about your favorite kind of food and like what time you wake up in the morning and stuff like that. And then it tells you that like you're a villanelle and you're tragic and obsessed, or that you're a sonnet and you're a lover at heart, or you're a slam poem and you want to change the world, and you know it's like a that'd be great. I feel like that's a great yeah, I feel like in a room of poets, that question I feel like would get people talking, you know. This is a Tonka I wrote about an experience I had living in Vegas. Trip to Nevada mountains, trod and graveled. Oh, okay. Trip to Nevada mountains. I see. Hey, a Vegas poem. I love Las Vegas. Um, Trod and graveled ice. Frigid wind sings a chorus. Arid comfort gone. Young hands sink in icy mounds. Toddler cries, wanting warm snow. Ah, that's beautiful. um, I really like that. I think I should write Tonka. I've written a number of haikus. I recently wrote 6 haiku about my dreams. Haiku is the plural, not haikus. Um, I recently wrote a bunch of haiku, and I enjoy them as a form. Uh, but I think Tonka would serve a similar purpose. Yeah, when I was 2, I wanted snow because I saw it on TV. Didn't realize it was gonna be cold. That's so cute. Kids are funny. I wrote a little poem about some children the other day while I was sitting in a coffee shop, and uh, I guess the poem explains what was happening. It's called Caged. 2 girls, tiny hands, tugging the pedals of my locked bicycle outside, hoping, perhaps, to free her, to see her go. It was quite cute. They were like playing with the pedals of my bike, and the mom was like trying to keep them away from the bike, and I'm like, they can like poke at my bike, and one of them was like messing with the chain and stuff, probably getting their hands all dirty. The mom probably didn't like that, but that. Uh, OMG, I just searched what type of poem are you to see if a quiz exists, and Google AI said it's free verse. I feel like you write I feel like you write a lot of verse. I feel like you're very verse. I mean, you write free verse too, but you always have a rhythm to it, right? But maybe that's not you, you know? Like, that's just your poetry, and I think we have a distinction. Like, I do think I'm very Tonka, but I've never written a Tonka. I couldn't even tell you exactly what the form is. It's basically a beefed up haiku. I'm not exactly sure. If the bike had a catalytic converter, it'd be gone before you finish blinking. It would. Those kids, they start them young. They're like 5-year-olds. Just every 5-year-old I see them, and I'm like, that kid probably has a catalytic converter, like stashed in their backpack. It's an epidemic of child catalytic converter thieves. Catalytic converter. I feel like I need a slam poem that's using a car as a metaphor, and use the catalytic converter. It's just such a good, sounds. Um, Catalytic converter. Be a banger. As a kid, I used to be like, "Where's the snow?" during December, and my dad was like, "Wrong hemisphere, buddy." And you're like, "I don't get it," which is fair. Is that so? When you live in the southern hemisphere, how much? So I've thought about this before, in a number of ways. One is people living on the equator don't have seasons, as Penguino Man mentioned earlier. And so much media, uh, in the West, there's a lot of stuff that uses seasons. And I think it's really interesting that seasons are just like not a part and probably never even really developed in like media indigenous to those places, right? And that's really fascinating to me, that there are probably places in the world where seasons just aren't part of it. But then those places also have like rainy season and dry season, right? Monsoon seasons, right? So it's not necessarily the case. They might just have different seasons. And then in the southern hemisphere, I think it's interesting because a lot of pop culture media gets exported, right, from America, from Hollywood, whatever. So like you probably, it sounds like, consumed media in which Christmas had snow, and that was something that you experienced as a child, but then that media didn't align with your reality, and that must have been very confusing. And I think that really speaks, one, to like the sort of nature of America having this stranglehold on global culture, which is really unfortunate. But it's fascinating to me, right? Man, someone really dumped votes into slam. I'm a slam poem. I guess because I was talking about slam poem and catalytic converters. I am a slam poem. There we go. Decided by the people, because this is a democracy where you can pay for votes with channel points. Really important to do that, because you're slamming. Ain't that right? uh, Closest thing I've seen to snow is snow foam in the mall Christmas event. Snow is pretty crazy, Pinguino Man. Being in snowfall is really magical. And like I didn't see snowfall for like a number of years, and then I went to Michigan briefly for college, and the first time it snowed, it's I mean it's like a cliche, right? It's a cliche how much that gets described in media, but like experience a snowfall in your life. Yeah, Vegas snow, it snows in Vegas like once every 5 years or so. Uh it's pretty whatever. um but experience a snowfall if you can in your life, cuz holy shit, you know? Catastrophic endeavor, catalytic converter. I bid you good night, gentle reader. Almost. Maine has snow season and bug season. Sounds about right. Vegas has uh, you melt onto the pavement season and uninteresting season, I feel like. uh, Hello, Neff the Lore Keeper. Thanks for the lurk. Um, My roommate says she does not miss monsoon season. Fair enough. It's pretty rainy, right? I've never really experienced monsoon season. I used to watch Christmas movies and be super confused. I bet. Yeah. Catholic converter, catalytic converter. We can we can convert the catalytic. Oh wait, catalytic observer. Oh, what if we convert the catalytic converter to Catholic to be a Catholic observer? Maybe that's kind of what you're saying. Um, Anti-seismic surveyor, wild. um, yeah, snow on top of sand is funky. Yeah, certainly. Okay, poetry, right? We do poetry here. We do poetry allegedly. Allegedly, when we're not word associating about catalytic converters. Uh, let's start. Let's read this whole poem again, and then we'll jump back into the end section. Looking for Spring Thaw by Nikki J01. I think you loved me in October, before the winter made us harsh. But now I fear fall days are over. I felt our evenings growing colder while my flame burned within your hearth. I think you loved me in October. Okay, I love that we're stopping. We're interrupting because I have to. Heart. Like, come on, that's so dope, right? While my flame burned within your hearth, and we have the idea of like someone, like a flame in your heart, or like heart, right? We're talking about love, but hearth like works with the fall thing, and then like double meaning implies heart and love. Awesome. I think you loved me in October. And we let dying embers linger, casting fireflies in the dark. But now I fear fall days are over. Then the shadows deepened further, as their coldness drew a mark. I think you loved me in October. I heard winter crack like thunder, still craving autumn's vanished warmth. But now I fear fall days are over. I still see in you a lover, a shelter rocked against my storm. I think you loved me in October. But now I fear fall days are over. Hello, I love quartz, yay. Quartz is pretty cool. It's a good rock. We're reading poetry and talking about it. Most people are on Twitch in chat, but you're welcome to be in YouTube. So, I was talking before about this sort of progression, right? In the seasons, how we get later into the year and we sort of get further away and things are like falling apart until we have this moment when things really break open, right? I heard winter crack like thunder, which is really lovely. The crack like thunder, and then sort of the transition into the next section, right? A shelter rocked against my storm. So we kind of have this thing that pushes us through and kind of connects here. I don't think we really have other storm stuff, but like, I mean, we have just like harsh winter, the idea of a storm, a blizzard, something cold, right? But also sort of not exactly with thunder. Why doesn't it thunder when there's snow? Like, why isn't there lightning with snow? Is there lightning with snow? Does anyone know? Can lightning happen and we get thunder snow? That's terrifying. Maine sounds fucked up. You said you have cold season and you have bug season. You said that winter doesn't end until late May, right? You have fucking thunder snow. That's terrifying. That's just absolutely terrifying. Oh, I guess I'll stay away from Maine. That being said, I heard winter crack like thunder, still craving autumn's vanished warmth. Oh no, someone said something. Someone had an observation. Um, oh, you're talking about monsoon season. You love monsoon season. Dope. Here's a thought. Unsure if I missed this in time. or I was AFK, but the refrain could be read as either I think in October you loved me, or I think you loved who I was in October. Ah, I did not notice that, furry combat wombat. And I, I'm not surprised because this is definitely something that Nikki has done with lines before. This sort of like multiple ways to read the same line. So what we're talking about, for those who didn't quite catch the distinction, I think you loved me. I think you loved me in October. There are two ways to read this, and I think it's easy to just show them by grouping it with lines. I think you loved me, right? That could be a whole sentence. I think you loved me. And when, right? I think you loved me in the time that was October. But there's another way to group this, right? Instead of in October, we're going to change me to a group with October. I think you loved as the whole action, right? I think you loved me in October. Me in October as one noun, one object. So we get two different ways to read this. I think you loved me in October. I think you loved me in October. And certainly I think you loved me in October fits with the verse, right? If you said, I think you loved me, I think you loved me in October, you would sort of break the verse, but I think that's what makes this really nice and subtle, that you don't quite like notice that distinction as immediately. But then this shows, right? This shows something in the poem that you changed, right? If we accept both of these as true, you changed, right? I think you loved me in October, and now you don't love me. But then the other way to see it is I changed, right? I I think you loved the me that was in October, and then I changed into someone different, and then now you don't love me anymore. And the reality probably, right? The reality probably is that both of them changed. Or maybe that's one way to read it. We could read it either way, right? We could choose the reading that fits. To me, I think it's both. And that's because we have this line, right? I still see you as a lover, a shelter rocked against my storm, right? And my storm says that me is like tumultuous and changes with the seasons, right? And has had some kind of change during this time, right? But then I felt our evenings growing colder while my flame burned within your hearth, I think is one of these lines that says, I had warmth, you didn't. But then there's the question of like, well, maybe you changed, right? I changed. And the warmth that I needed was not the warmth that they were giving. And you didn't understand, right? How I changed. So it creates like a number of layers. And then you say, right, we let dying embers linger, which is, of course, you and me, right? We both did this. We both had a part in this death. But at the same time, like, it's sort of a layer underneath because the first line first makes you think it was you. It was you. It was the other person. But as you look deeper into it, I think it was both. And I think this really almost supports what we said earlier, where we were talking about winter as an external thing, or as something that was like necessary, that was fated, right? That both of these people were changing, right? And that was just sort of like the changing of the seasons, that both these people were moving away from each other in their own direction. And it wasn't one or the other, it was just the natural passage of time, right? Yeah. People tend to underestimate how much they change, especially on the time scale of less than a year. Oh, yeah, totally. Um, Fall days are over. No more falling in love, right? That's the end. Or perhaps the narrator is a blanket that was warm enough for fall, but winter was too cold even for it. Yeah. Poetic. Poetic. Furry combat wombat. I think it does raise a point about the importance of central heating. True, right? I think this whole poem doesn't happen if these two get a better heater. Um, and they could all just stay warm. Yeah. Maybe you can rename the poem and say, uh, something. You can just call it. You can actually just call it HVAC, and that would be the name of the poem. I have a poem that uses HVAC within the poem, which is pretty crazy. I wrote that one a long time ago. It was a breakup poem. That's really funny. Um, that was a long time ago. Well, it was 2 years ago, but that was a long time. We change a lot in the span of 1 year and 2 years. Um, HVAC. Wait, when was that? Was that a year ago? What year is it? What was I doing last summer? Hold on. Maybe it was a year ago. There's no way that was a year ago. That happened. That happened. Wait, guys. I need to work through this. 2 years ago, February, that happens. Then. No, it was 2 years ago. We're good. It was 2 years ago. Okay. To me, a long time ago is before you were born. Okay, yes, of course, you're ancient, Leon, but also welcome. It's been so long. um, yeah, I guess I've had a very a span of 3 years, the last 3 years of my life, where a massive number of things have changed very quickly, right? So that even 6 months ago feels like a whole nother version of me, that's entirely foreign unless it feels distanced. So it's a long time ago. Um, the title is interesting, right? Like, there's nothing. There's nothing in this poem that overtly says the relationship is over, right? I mean, fall days are over, right? But we already established that they kind of continue into winter as it gets cold, right? And the fact that we have looking for a spring thaw is really neat because there are I think two ways to read this, right? There are maybe three ways to read this. Well, there are a number of ways to read this. One way to read this is it's over, right? And we are looking for something new in spring, or we are just looking for something happy, right? We're just looking for change and warmth in spring, or it's lingering and it's not over. And there's this question of in spring, will things get better? Right? Will spring thaw this off and help us again? Right? Um because I think this is even a point in the interpretation of the poem where any reader very well can choose and I think can justify either side. Right? Because we use this past tense loved, and I think that's a really good indication that maybe the relationship is over and it's gone. And we have winter, right, crack like thunder, and now we're craving this thing that's vanished, right? But at the same time, people go on for years and years and years in relationships not loving each other. Um so then we can say maybe it is still going, right? And there is the I still see in you a lover, right? Um, and maybe that means there is still this relationship, right? Um, and like even that the embers are lingering, right? They're like still kind of going. Um, Maybe it's not the relationship that is over, but the participant. You know, there are those couples that are walking dead. They are over but refuse to be. Yeah, right. Um, and I think part of a reason for that is maybe that someone is always looking, right, for it to get better. The word fear is interesting. To me, it implies uncertainty. Also, I think, right, there's an uncertainty in this poem that like really leaves us to like fill in the gaps. Um, yeah. Should I do another poll? Should I do is the relationship over? What you guys think? Um or like what interpretation you prefer, right? Um because I think that's a really interesting thing about this poem, right? Is the relationship over? Did it end? Did it end? Are we looking for the spring to like heal us in return from this thing that is lost and gone, or to sprout anew and find someone else, right? Or is it still going and spring is like the renewal of these two people and like to find love again, right? I know I only gave you guys a yes and a no. Um, oh, three no's. That's crazy. Um, I think you loved me in October, but now I fear fall days are over. I I might put yes. It might be yes for me. Um, but it's hard to decide. Um, they're both dramatic and they're both interesting. I might put yes just to like go against the three votes no. Um, um, has only one true love story and it's with poetry, I'm sure, probably. Are we so back or is it Jover? Yeah. This poem should have Jover in it. Yeah. That would rhyme with over. Over and Jover. Um, Earlier, Wombat, you said your coworkers describe you as a post 9/11 baby. I resonate with that deeply. Um, as a 2004. The word fear, yeah, I read that one. Feel the relationship might not be over at all, at least technically. Gotcha. The relationship is over from the perspective of the narrator, but I think the second person still thinks it's there. Huh. Okay, that makes sense. The second person thinks it's there. I feel like that's just the one that I wouldn't think at all. Um, okay. Oh, no, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. This person has fallen out of love. The narrator has fallen out of love. The like social structure that is the relationship still exists. And the other person is maybe just like sort of going along content and unaware that their partner is miserable. Yeah, okay, the complacent other. Yeah. And they're just like happy with how things are and not necessarily realizing that things have changed. Um, okay. I can get behind that one, right? That makes a lot of sense. Um, I think you loved me in October before the winter made us harsh. Ah, I think you love. So there's something about the last stanza to me when I read it. And maybe it's just the fact that a poem has to end, right? I still see in you a lover, a shelter rocked against my storm. I think you loved me in October, but now I fear fall days are over. And maybe it's just like ending so much on this over and this like, I saw you as a lover, but, right? I saw you as a shelter, but. And to me, that gives like this conclusive feeling of like, there is no longer a chance, right? I fear things are over, right? And it's like, yeah, it's done. But I also do agree with the uncertainty, the fear. I never really make up my mind on these things. um, I've been in a relationship like that, staying for the kids. It happens a lot more than people realize. Yeah. They're the types I know because I was this person in middle school who sought the relationship as a status rather than seeking the other person. Oh, absolutely. Some people just want to be able to say that they were in a relationship. That's how I was in college. I was just like, I was manic the whole time. So I was super charismatic. Um, and I was weird as fuck. So a lot of people liked me. And I would just like go into these relationships that would be like 3 or 4 weeks long. Uh, and then I'd like, you know, like get intimate with these people. And then I'd like end it. And then I'd be like, man, I need to be in a relationship now. So I'd like fire up the old Tinder, the old grinder, and like we'd just be back at it, right? Um, so yeah, I used to be that person too, unfortunately. And then I learned that that was really shitty. The humble brag is crazy. No, it was really shitty. Um, I like people liked me because I was manic. That was bad. um, like I was charismatic because I like because I was psychotic. um, but yeah, it was bad. Hi, Real Talk. Welcome in. Welcome in. Anyway, this poem is super cool in its uh, subtlety, right, in its nuance. Funny how anything humbling is both the worst and best thing at the same time. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Um, this poem is badass. um, do I have anything more to say about it? I feel like we've definitely covered a variety of the thoughts and angles to look at this thing. Um, Maybe now's a reasonable time to ask Nikki if you have any questions or if anyone else has comments or things that I missed or things that people wanted to say or questions for Nikki as the author. Or if there are things that people dislike about this poem or really like, anyone with favorite parts or favorite lines. I mean, my favorite line is just the refrain, the first refrain. I think you love me in October is just so good on a line level. Um, but yeah, questions are welcome. Questions, comments, thoughts, and if not, we'll end it, right? Leon, you say, uh, Nikki is my hero. I wish I could write as much volume and quality. That's so true. Nikki writes a lot, and Nikki does write a lot of quality. Um, this is just my hot take. I'm not a fan of altering the punctuation in the refrains when they repeat, but that's not me. Okay, so you don't like the right because we have an M dash here. Why don't you like it? I imagine maybe that means that you like the consistency of them always staying the same, which I think, is kind of reasonable. Um, I mean, we can look at them and maybe what they're doing, right? I think you loved me in October. And like an M dash says something, right? M dash can be like cut off. I mean, trailing off is more of an ellipsis thing. Um, but like an aside, maybe. I think you loved me in October before the winter made us harsh, right? Kind of points to this next thing. But now I fear fall days are over. Period. And then we have periods going down. Which I think this definitely like changes, right? It changes, right? When we have October hyphen and October period. I felt our evenings growing colder while my flame burned within your hearth. I think you loved me in October, period. And we let dying embers linger, casting fireflies in the dark, but now I fear fall days are over. So that one's the same. Then the shadows deepened further, as their coldness drew a mark. Okay, I have to say, Wombat, though, We get a lovely, like, sort of double meaning when we say drew a mark, and then the next line has a question mark, and that's like the only punctuation that we use a question mark. It's kind of badass. um, I think you loved me in October. The question mark kind of aids the uncertainty, right? It pushes us toward this feeling of not quite knowing. Maybe that heightens the relationship still going idea. I heard winter crack like thunder, still craving autumn's vanished warmth, but now I fear fall days are over. I still see in you a lover, a shelter rocked against my storm. I think you love me in October. Comma keeps it grammatical. Um, so the difference, the probably the alternative would be all periods, right? I don't think there's a way to do this without having all periods, right? I guess you could do all question marks, but like commas would leave us on a comma. That could actually be kind of interesting, right? When we have this poem that ends with uncertainty, if we were to end with a comma or an ellipsis or a hyphen or a em dash, that could actually be pretty interesting. And if we were ending all of these stanzas with em dashes, let's say, to have a consistent punctuation, it would really keep us moving forward. And maybe that's consistent with the notion of seasons, right? Seasons, moving forward, motion, not having really periods in the poem, I think is a pretty valid artistic statement. Same with commas. The dot 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 would be quite I think it would be much kind of sadder. I think you loved me in October. We're imagining ellipses as I say these. Before the winter made us harsh, but now I fear fall days are over. I feel like it would make me want every line to just be slow and trail off, and the dot dot dot. I fear fall days are over. Dot 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 is very ominous, right? Um, I felt our evenings growing colder while my flame burned within your hearth. I think you loved me in October. I don't know. There are definitely some interesting punctuation options no matter what. And I almost think if we are to keep it the same throughout every one, the period is probably not a good choice. Um, but you say you think it's important part of the villanelle form that the refrains, while being entirely static, change meaning slash impression due only to what surrounds. I think that's interesting, Wombat, because we could argue, you could argue that um, the refrain itself is not the whole line, and the refrain itself is the language, right? I think you loved me in October, these words, right? And the punctuation is a surrounding context that isn't part of the refrain. Um, could be something we argue, right? And that's maybe even something established when we go em dash period period to show that like that's what's happening, right? So that's a thing. I'd imagine there might be villanelles that slightly change the line themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if there are villanelles out there that like would use and instead of but very effectively. But now I fear fall days are over versus and now I fear fall days are over could be a really useful artistic choice that I think I would let slide in a villanelle if it worked, right? And then the question, right, is do we think using the question mark, the em dash, the comma work in this setting? Which is like a whole nother discussion. Uh, but I do think it's an interesting thing to play with when we're using the villanelle form, is how pure we are with like the notion of line, right? Does the line include the punctuation? Does the line include the end punctuation, only the middle punctuation, right? Because we could like start throwing commas in the middle things. You could even like within this poem, right? I think you loved me in October. I think you loved, comma, me in October. You could really force that onto your reader it's an option. Of course, I've only written one villanelle, so I don't have enough of a feel for it yet to comfortably do experiments like this. I tend to stay strictly in the form for my first several of a form. I think it works here, but I wouldn't personally make that choice. I think that's fair. And I think that's like a good way to learn form, right? To really focus on getting the form exactly so you know the most restrictive version of it before allowing yourself to experiment. I don't think that's a bad process at all. I take an opposite approach to form, uh, where if I were ever to write formally, which I don't really. Well, we'll take haiku actually. Uh, to me, so haiku is a form, right? 5 syllable, 7 syllable, 5 syllable. But I actually often like to write haiku that don't strictly follow that form because to me, haiku is a feeling more often than it is a form, right? And the form is used to communicate like a sort of thing, a sort of feeling in the chest. And I think like maybe it's Ginsberg who has that. No, it's not. It's Ezra Pound has a haiku that is like just 2 lines long, and it's really, really beautiful. So sometimes I like to look at form strictly as that which it looks to communicate. And form is not form. But that's very like post-structuralist of me or something. Not, it's all interpretation. Unsurprising from me though. What would be cool is to write a poem for the stream to be read with an Irish accent so the rhymes work and they only work in Irish accent. I don't think so. Uh, I thought about that. That'd actually be dope. I mean, maybe. I don't know if I'd like to be forced to read in an accent that's not mine. uh, yeah. Totally fair. Meter and rhyme aren't villanelle perfect either. True. But I break the rules I break on purpose. Fair enough. Haiku and other syllabic forms get annoying for me because I end up asking, is sovereign 2 syllables or 3? Is entire 2 or 3? Right. Same goes with any kind of verse, right? Sovereign and sovereign scan differently into verse. And I think as a reader, whenever I'm reading or writing, I just choose the one that I want it to be. And then you write around it such that, if you're reading iambically, da dun, da dun, da dun, sovereign states, right, with an iambic. Sovereign states are sovereign something something, right? um, and if you see sovereign at the beginning of your iambic line followed by states, a heavy word, right? That's a well, I guess that's a trochee, right? Sovereign, whatever. You know the point. You know what I'm trying to say. Uh, as a reader, you just like fit it into whatever it is. Like for a while, I was reading a bunch of Greek poetry in blank verse or Greek stories in blank verse. So I was reading like Aeschylus, and I'd get to a word and I'd be like, how am I supposed to say this here? And I'm like, oh wait, just follow the verse and like fit it onto it. Because you do a lot of things where you kind of use words. You have like 2 syllable words that can become 1 syllable within verse. I'm trying to think of it as an example. Uh, well, then there's also like using apostrophes and stuff. So it's whatever. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. It's been a while. Uh, um, Dialects also change syllables, meters for some words. It does get annoying. That's true. One of the reasons I'm loosey goosey with it, right? Just feel it. Pro Leo, if 2/3 Lotus is so cool, when is 1/3 Lotus coming out? Or 3/3 Lotus? Yeah. Sovereign citizen, a sovereign citizen. Da-dum, da-dum. English literature exam in 9.5 hours, folks. Good luck, boyo. You're gonna kill it. Odysseus's men ate the other three. They did. Yep. We we used a third of our lotus flowers. No, that was the lotus eaters, not. But Odysseus's men did eat some flowers from the lotus eaters. They just became enchanted by the lotus eaters themselves. Sort of. But Odysseus's men became lotus eaters when they ate the lotuses, so it sort of works out that way. Anyway, I think that idea, wombat, about the strictness of the punctuation is an interesting one, and I think it leads to some possible, like, quite creative decisions. And actually, it would be very fun to see a villanelle where your refrains both end with question marks, right? So you're sort of locking yourself into this form of using a question mark at the end of 40% of your lines. Or, and I think that would actually be really good because you have this obsession idea, and some people get really obsessed over like single questions, and these questions that like keep us up and rack our brains all the time that we can't get out of our head. That would be a really cool. Um, that would be a really cool villanelle. And then, you could do dot dot dots, ellipses, and that would be kind of neat. Exclamation points would be kind of exclamation. Commas would be cool because then you have to end on a comma, right? There's actually a mathematical fallacy with thirds because 1/3 is technically 0.33. Well, so I guess the thing is 3/3. So it's actually goes the other way, where 3/3 proves that 0.9 repeating is 1, because you can show that we can even do ninths, right? 1/9, 2/9, 3/9, right, is 0.1, 0.2 repeating, 0.3 repeating, right? So we show this pattern goes up to 0.9 repeating, but then we know that 9/9, anything divided by itself equals 1. So then 0.9 repeating equals 1, right? And that's actually like the proof. Sorry. I like math. At least I think that's at least like the basic proof. In my head, that's a scam, right? Where the other 0.00000000000000000000001 go. Sorry, it's actually zero. There's a few more zeros in there. Does that prove? Point zero. Well, I guess infinite means there will never be a 1 because you can always. There's just zeros. Like infinite zero. So I'm trying to think, like 0.9 repeating, right, is a bunch of nines. And if you subtract that from 1, you get an infinite number of zeros with a 1 at the end, but maybe the fact that it's infinite. I don't really know how infinities work. Pi is 3 and you can't convince me otherwise. That's what engineers do, right? Yeah. Pi equals 3. Pi is 3.1415926535897. Okay, let's get back to any other questions about this poem. We were like wrapping up, and we're definitely showing that Rails are social constructs here. So, any other thoughts about this poem? Any other burning things that anyone absolutely has to say about this before we read it and end it and move on to other things? I missed your paragraphs, but I'm trying to not get distracted right now. I know. I'm trying to end the poem. I try. um. Thank you for your help with my cousin. Who's your cousin? Did I read it? Did I read some? Oh, you asked me about advice on your cousin, your trans cousin. Yeah, I'm glad that helped. A fundamental theorem of of engineering: 2 equals e, pi equals 3, sine of x equals tangent of x equals x. Yeah. um, I figured some of you in here would know that. Pi equals 4? Nah, that's deranged. That's just wrong. Okay. Sounds like there are no other questions about this poem. No other thoughts, no other comments. Um, so Nikki, thank you. Oh, oh. So to answer your poll, this was about a relationship where one person doesn't know where they stand. But I love leaving it ambiguous for the reader to imprint. Yeah, I kind of feel like I came to that one at the end. It feels a little forced to say the relationship is over, but the relationship being over works within the cyclical poem of the cycle of 4 poems, and a new relationship starts. Unless you wanted to write that poem as a relationship that gets difficult every winter and then like becomes beautiful again, which is another way to write that poem cycle. But I like endings. I'm a big endings person, so I feel like I seek ends. I seek conclusions. But I also love inconclusive stuff, so it's sort of whatever. Here's looking for spring thaw. Since we're talking about squares in chat now. I think you loved me in October, before the winter made us harsh. But now I fear fall days are over. Yeah, I need to start over. I had it wrong in my head. I think you loved me in October, before the winter made us harsh. But now I fear fall days are over. I felt our evenings growing colder, while my flame burned within your hearth. I think you loved me in October. And we let dying embers linger, casting fireflies in the dark, but now I fear fall days are over. Then the shadows deepened further, as their coldness drew a mark. I think you loved me in October. I think you loved me in October. I heard winter crack like thunder, still craving autumn's vanished warmth. But now I fear fall days are over. I still see in you a lover, a shelter rocked against my storm. I think you loved me in October, but now I fear fall days are over. Looking for spring thaw. Thank you, Nikki, for submitting your poem, and thank you to Ishmael for submitting your poem earlier as well. Lovely things to read today. Beautiful writing, beautiful stuff. My deepest pleasure always to be able to read your things. I gotta catch up on Poyo's proof of pi equaling 4. Yeah, snaps for Nikki. Nikki is the goat. Math turns into philosophy at a certain point, and that's why I hate calculus. It does. I have a friend who like majors in like crazy math, and he's going to like grad school for quantum algebra. I've had some conversations with them that are really interesting. I think I said he, but it's definitely them. It might be she by now. Take a square, the length and height being the diameter. Fold the corners to tangent with the circle. Okay. Continue doing that until you get the circumference. Congrats, pi is 4. So we have a unit circle. You're folding. Oh, I see. You're taking. That doesn't work. Wait. That just doesn't. This just doesn't make sense. That just doesn't make sense, boyo. I mean, I know it doesn't make sense because it's wrong, but hold on. So you're saying we take a circle. We're proving that pi equals 4 live on Twitch. Of all the things we could be doing on a poetry channel, This is, of course, what we would expect. We take a circle, and you're saying we have a square around that circle. Diameter equals 1, so side length equals 1. So our total circumference of the square is 4, right? But then you're like, I can do shapes on this, I think. But what are you saying about the corners? Like you said to like fold them. But like if you fold, like where are you folding? Like this is tangent, right? So you can't like pivot at this point, which means you'd have to fold it somewhere out here. And when you fold these in, these are going to go past each other. And you're going to have to like 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 I know it's like I'm letting myself get like rage baited by this or whatever, but like that's like saying that like you could somehow fold a square into an octagon and they'd have the same, like obviously these don't have the same circumference. It just doesn't work. That's done. I'm done. And no more of that. No more math. I always attach to 127 and 128 for some reason. 128's a 2 to the 7th, right? 2 to the 6th is 64. Yeah, 2 to the 7th. So that's a good number. I like squares and cubes and 2s to the whatever. Do I have a favorite number? Does anyone else have favorite numbers? What's my favorite number? I've had favorite numbers in my life. I really like the Fibonacci sequence, and I gravitated to 34 for a long time. So I do like that. I like the small numbers in 1 to 10. I really like 2 as a number. I think 2 is a banger. 2 is a really good number. Today, my favorite number is 2. Your favorite number is 3 because most things are better in 3s. Yeah. 3 is really good too. 3 and 2. Those are my goats. I think 7 is purple and 3 is green. You're like synesthetic. Anyway, y'all are like asking if we're reading short stories or other things. And I'm gonna run an ad first because it's happening now. And we'll come back and see what's happening. Bye. Hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Uh okay. There's a scene in the end of my third book where I'm planning the story's god folding a sonoluminescent shape that he uses for the fates of the world, and it's just him mashing a light beam from a rhombus to a triangle to a line then to a point. It's simple, but basically the plot of the entire trilogy, and he experiences it in like 6 seconds. Okay, that's super cool. Use like these abstract shapes of light to represent like story things. That's super sick. I like that a lot. Math is red. No. Science is green. Yes. English is yellow/orange. Yes. History is blue/purple. No. So I switched math and history. Math was always blue. Science was green. English was yellow. History was red. Um, that's how it was for me. So it'll always be. um, but each of the points are supposed to be like martyrs and gods in the book. That's cool. You have a poem? I don't think we're going to do another poem. If I'm going to read something else, it's going to be prose today. So I don't know if anyone has prose submitted who's not Nikki. Science is definitely green. Yeah, it has to be. Aren't there people who can like figure out the color code of something just by looking at it, like RGB? I think so. Yeah. Um, at least you can get close, right? Um, yeah. It's a bit like perfect pitch ears. Yeah, pro Leo. I am now uh accepting prose submissions fully. Like I'm not tentative about it anymore. Um and I don't know what if there's like a limit for prose cuz like um I don't know if there's a limit for prose. But I feel like I can probably read about 2,000 words out loud in a sitting. Um, so, like, maybe for some people, that's roughly a chapter. I read a short chapter last time. Uh, but I don't know who has. Like, Mr. Ozzy Waldy has prose submitted but isn't here. Uh, Kutara has prose submitted but might not be here. Nikki has prose submitted, but we just read it. Ray, do you have any essays? You have How to Shut Up and Shout and Other Art Techniques. We could read one of your essays. Um, uh, if that's some, yeah, hell yeah. And Pro Leo, if you drop some prose into submissions with your book that I haven't read, that the love interest is literally me before you met me, you can absolutely submit it. He's a dorky redhead. Brown? I think it's brown. Just saying. Not that I have a problem with redheadedness. I have some Irish in my descent. Uh and I chose my name cuz it's Gaelic. And it's reddish. It's got some red. Depends on the light. I always thought Imogen was a blonde. In the right lighting, it can look light. I don't think it can look light enough to say blonde. When I was like a baby child, when I was a baby child, I had bright blonde hair, like, and then it darkened, and then I was like dirty blonde for a while, and then I was like golden, and then now it's like this. Some might say this is still kind of gold color. I've been called Goldilocks by multiple people, unrelated to each other. So that's at least 2 data points that it's gold. Math is pink. That's nuts, Nikki. Math is blue. History is red. English is yellow. Science is green. You have a short story that's 3,200 words. Okay. I think I'm going to do a Ray essay, but good to know that you have a short story. I love how much people have been submitting lately. Um, oh my gosh. Chat's like moving. When I think about you off stream, I picture you running on a beach with a surfboard in the sea. That's kind of the vibe I give, but not with Vegas. But I do rock climb, which is very similar culturally to climber or to surfers. Um, and I slackline, which is like where you put a line up between two trees and stand on it and balance, and it kind of looks like you're surfing if you have both feet on it. Um, so I have that kind of vibe to me of chill outdoors person. Uh, but yeah, rock climber, not surfer. I think I would love surfing. I think like surfing could totally be my scene if I didn't live in Las Vegas. You should go read my short story just because you want to. I mean, I want to, but you know, in time, Nikki. uh, yeah. Ray, are you fine with me reading? Is there an essay you prefer me read? Because I am really fascinated by the title of "How to Shut Up and Shout." Um, I don't know if there's anything older that you'd rather me look at in terms of your essays. I don't do water in my face. No, no, no. I love water on my face. That's all right. Ite. Nothing you'd prefer? Because it's only 7 days ago. And you have, I mean, you have like poetry submitted too. You have actually so much. Um, I feel like I've kind of, well, you have a bunch of poetry, a bunch of Serrano, and you have epilogue as Echo, which I think is. Anyway, we're gonna read your essay. um, and yeah, that is what's gonna happen. Um, I checked. I double post. I did. Okay. Do you think someday you'll read some of my? Do you think you'll read some of my prose today? I am 4 hours deep into stream pro Leo, so the chance of me reading more prose after reading Ray's prose, I would say, is exceedingly low. Um, but it always just depends on my energy, and I don't know how long Ray's essay is. I would say about halfway into Ray's essay, if it seems like I'm stumbling over my words and struggling to talk, there is very little chance that I'm going to get to yours. If I'm like mentally clear and locked the fuck in somehow at the 5 hour mark, you never know. The chance is about pi percent, and pi equals 4, and 4 equals 17, and 17 equals 38. So there's a 38% chance that I will read your thing. um, this is the best stream for lurkies. I appreciate that. Okay. Okay. Ray. Let's read. Let's point a camera at a Google Doc. We are not going to be reading it in Spanish, though, as always, I love the fact that we could read this as como callar a gritos y otras cenizas del arte. However, if I read the whole essay this way, I wouldn't know what I was saying most of the time. I'd probably get better at Spanish, though. Boy math, yeah. Pi equals 38. um, I like all the pictures. We've got like famous art pieces, and then we've got like corn, and we've got like, okay, this is gonna be a wild essay, I think. We have White Castle. Oh yeah, this will be good. This is some classic Ray essay kind of stuff. How is the focus? I think the focus on the camera is good. So, Ray, before I read this, is there any context, any questions, any things that you might want critique on from this essay? Any things you want me to focus on? Wait, are we allowed to sleep as mods? Y'all like have the mod thing, but I don't actually expect you to do anything with your mod powers. You have to understand that. Like, if you do, it's a wonderful upside if you like do mod things. Uh, but like, yeah. um, so, so that. Yeah. Um, cool. Let's read this. My cameraman is super quiet and has steady hands. Yeah, dude, my cameraman is really, really holding it down here. They're moderators, they're modifiers. Something like that. Okay, I can put the pencil down because I don't have to scribble on this anymore because I can't. It's basically an essay as an excuse to talk about art. I mean, yeah, that's a good enough reason for me. Here we go. And we'll stop. We'll stop in between paragraphs. We'll kind of talk about it. With essays, I think I like kind of engaging with the ideas and talking about the ideas themselves. So y'all definitely feel free to like throw in comments and thoughts and arguments and whatever. How to shut up with a shout and other art techniques. The first thing that does not occur is noise. And yet, all art begins with an interruption. The world falls silent. A fabric is torn. Someone looks without intending to. The gaze can no longer be withdrawn. What we call silence is rarely muteness. Sometimes it is Hokusai's wave, suspended before it falls. Silence is less an absence of sound than an undecided presence. Like Hopper painting a cafe that never closes, but where no one arrives anymore. Silence is, in short, a position. Great first line, right? The first thing that does not occur is noise. It's like such a strange line. It's something that really like grabs us. But this notion of art, right, as something that breaks silence or that something that changes, something that is suspended, waiting for change, I think is a lovely way to describe different pieces of art, right? And we can think of Nikki's poem that we read earlier as something breaking the silence of the hypothetical relationship, or just generally poetry as, you know, breaking silence is interrupting what is. And I like Hokusai's wave. When Praxiteles sculpts tenderness and Myron tension, what they do is place the spectator between two forms of silence. The one that precedes the gesture and the one that remains afterward. The figures in Guernica scream, but they make no noise. They are nailed to an instant so pure that sound becomes superfluous. What kind of silence inhabits a Velázquez painting? One where everyone is present, except the one who sees it. One where form returns the gaze to the subject/observer. So I will say, I'm not incredibly hip on all of the sculptors and artists mentioned, but Guernica is Picasso, I believe. And I know that Velázquez often painted portraits, of nobility or as poor people dressed as nobility. He has a painting of the Pope where he like painted the Pope with a really like unpleasant expression. But that being said, I think it's just a continuation of the same ideas. But there's another kind of silence. The one filled with things that it does not that the one filled with things so that it does not seem that nothing is happening. Korn, in their self-titled album 1994, explores it through violence and excess, noise, distortion, volume, until in the end everything falls silent and only the crying remains. There begins true silence, the kind that compels listening. We want noise because silence devours us. Chillida, by contrast, combs the wind with only what is necessary. He does not need flourishes. The Tao manifests itself in the exact curve of steel. Action, for its part, is a will without guarantee. One may act like Scopas, dramatizing every muscle as if the universe depended on the gesture. Nor is the action of conceptual artists who hang objects out of nothing and wait for the spectator to complete the miracle. True action, as in Don Quixote, composed by Minkus, is that which exceeds necessity. It resounds even when judgment is broken or smooth. I think this idea is fascinating, particularly with the music that I've been writing lately. I've been writing ambient music, and it's the music that you all have been hearing on the Be Right Back screen whenever I cut to a break. And I've been thinking about, like, how does one write music that sometimes is intended as a background, something intended to not really be heard, right? Like we talk about Corn earlier, right? Where the silence begins at the end and you realize sort of that the noise is gone. Yeah, and ambient is the type of music you don't want to notice, right? Where it's like silence, but then there's sound. And me and my friends play music in the background of our D&D sessions when we play together. And it's very obvious when the music is not playing, right? When there's like an interval where there hasn't been any new music cued, because it's actually silent. And then it feels like your words and your role playing is sort of hanging out in nothing. So the idea that silence devours us, right? That we want noise, that things become more difficult in silence is very beautiful. And it's a very human thing, right? To fill absolute silence with sound. We can think of people like standing in, I don't know, a canyon in the desert, and it's very quiet. And then they shout, and it echoes throughout the canyon. And there's like this kind of egoistic satisfaction in the act of making noise, right? In breaking silence, in, writing poetry, in the creation of art. We sort of like assert ourselves into the world. But the interesting thing also then is to choose silence is sort of an assertion in of itself. You mentioned the Tao, right? The Tao manifests itself in the exact curve of steel. Mentioning Chilita, which I think maybe since we're talking about steel is this sculpture here. But, the idea of simplicity and making minimal or not making anything at all also being a form of action is quite interesting. And the beginning of the next paragraph, action is comic. That's part of Chilita's Comb of the Wind in Spain. It's a really cool looking sculpture. And the fact that it has something to do with the Tao naturally piques my interest, because that is my favorite book of philosophy, the Tao Te Ching. Action is comic because it never knows whether it mattered. Each gesture, however intense, occurs without any guarantee of changing anything. With Lysippos, the body stretches not because it wants to reach something, but because it cannot remain still. Guernica is petrified action. The Great Wave is suspended action. Mirrored, 2007, by Battles, is multiplied action. A hypercube of repetitions that reflect and collapse in every direction. Fellini's Satyricon, 1969, by Federico Fellini, is delirious action. And like Gargantua by Francois Rabelais, carnivalesque. One eats, urinates, laughs, exaggerates into excess. Sometimes action is barely an insinuation, a slight variation in the density of the visible, as in Bharat Mata by Abanindranath Tagore, a figure gathered in soft veils whose present expands like an atmosphere and leaves in space a serene gravity. The image breathes in silence, and in that breathing, everything finds balance. This is sort of one of the most important things that maybe, uh, uh, I think this is a great way to look at artists, right? Because art is like fundamentally this action. And if you see it as an action against silence, an action against a blank canvas or an empty page, I think it really speaks to each person, right? How they treat the space of emptiness, right? Does someone want to scribble all over it randomly? Does someone want to be very intentional? Does someone want to uh, edit the emptiness as minimally as possible, um, or to like engage with the idea of emptiness, or to get rid of the silence of the lack of human? Um, I like this framing, right? And maybe it's useful to think about as artists ourselves. Not so much how we break the silence, because we tend to do that as artists on our own, but maybe as we approach breaking silence, so as we approach the act of creation, to think about the other ways we could, right? The things that we're not doing, the other approaches, and that can inform, sort of progress or creativity or change as an artist. Like La Celestina, her figure introduces a slight torsion into the fabric of the work, and the lives around her begin to yield with the naturalness of what was already inclined toward its fall. A hinge between desire and calculation, she moves through the plot with the serenity of one who understands the price of every illusion. The ending, conveniently tragic, nevertheless leaves a sense of excessive contrivance. Like in La Celestina, Gerardo Vera, 1996, starring Penelope Cruz, Melibea, and Juan Diego Boto, Callisto, where Melibea whispers from atop a tower a speech that her father miraculously hears with perfect clarity before the leap, as if fate had been fixed from outside the intimate pulse of the story. We will never know how many versions of its ending were written, nor which deserve to survive. Like Lucian of Samosata, confessed invention, carried rigorously to the extreme of the implausible, ends up making visible the fictions that sustain serious discourse. And in that art of lying with clarity, truth finds a more precise way of appearing. So this is actually what we were talking about earlier, when we were talking about the two ideas of all poets are liars, or a poet can tell nothing but the truth, right? We were talking about this when we were reading the first poem by, who were we reading? What were we reading? It's a long time ago. That was many hours ago. And I think this is kind of the the conclusion that I came to in that, or the counter argument that I came to from those two proposed ideas, is that every artist lies, right, through the things we decide to illuminate and the things we leave out, and the way we engage with silence that fundamentally makes it unlike reality. But in those lies, right, we get the human truth of creation. We get the truth of the artistic act, which, though is inherently false, inherently a fabrication, right, something created, fabrication, it is true to being a human. Plato versus the other dude, the Greek gods genealogy dude. I have no idea like what you're talking about. Yeah, you have to be theatrical to be cinematic. You have to be theatrical to be cinematic to be an artist. That's an interesting way to put it. Theatrical to be cinematic, to be an artist. That's maybe there's like too much semantics there for me to agree or disagree with a statement like that. But theatricality itself is overpowering under someone else's understanding. I feel like this is a little vague in the Twitch chat way. Um, for Plato, all poetry is lies, and for the other Greek dude, poets can't lie. And then so we find synthesis through the dialectic or something. um, Lots of pictures here. This is the probably the Tagore. That's very pretty. Oh, where am I? Okay. Words on screen. Excellent. I'm a genius. None of the stuff I say makes sense. Keep up. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, if I don't understand what someone is saying, that my natural inclination thought should be that they are smart and I don't understand them because they're smart and I need to get smarter and do better because yeah, because they're just talking on a level so far above me. Ray gets it. So real. Uh, or, I mean, Ray does this, right? Ray just forges along making media references. That's because why? Yeah, absolutely. It's because I'm the DM, right? Or, as in Harold and Kumar go to White Castle. And I love how you do this, Ray. How you'll either take a goofy comedy film way super seriously, like we read in your essay about Idiocracy, or you will drop some absolutely strange. Like I've never heard of Harold and Kumar go to White Castle. And maybe this is an enduring piece of comedy, and I'm just not like hip to things, and I'm not cultured. Um, but it seems like just such a wild pull, uh, and it creates this lovely juxtaposition, right? Because we have the juxtaposition of like serious Tagore spiritual painting, and we have like Harold and Kumar go to White Castle. And last sentence we were talking about Lucian of Samosata, right? And now we're like, oh yeah, this goofy stoner film. My book is like cosmic horror, sci-fi Macbeth, and then the only movies I watch are stuff like Barnyard and Crank. Yeah, Harold and Kumar went to White Castle multiple times, even. Yeah. Uh, oh wait, did I? Yeah. Um, I've only watched comedies for the past 4 years. That's insane. I need to watch more comedy, or I go to Homer Simpson or Rick and Morty. Dude, that's like high culture. Steamed hams is among my favorite poems of lies. Steamed hams. I don't know that poem. NPH? Who's NPH? Plays himself, and that's wild. By the way, the Sheep Detectives was fire. Go see it. This is the part of stream where I get bombarded by culture and I say, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Neil Patrick Harris, I still don't know who that is. But I don't know actors very well, so I'm just not, I'm definitely not cultured in that way. Anyway, as in Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle, 2004, that's when I was born. I'm as old. I'm as old as Harold and Kumar go to White Castle. New sentence. By Danny Leaner was the search for where the search for sliders is narrated with epic gravity in the miniaturized manner of the Batrachom Batrachomyomachia. In the miniaturized manner of the batrachomyomachia, inflated feats built around tiny causes, and in that disproportion persists the echo of failed epics. Like Marcel Proust, who lets memory settle into layers, each vibrating like a mirror that recalls another, the Madeleine is not a symbol. It is a detonator of structures that collapse into spirals of perception. The past is not evoked but reinstated, where the subject ceases to remember in order to become, momentarily, who he was. Where battles multiplies rhythms until they become unrecognizable. Proust multiplies memories until identity is emptied. Mirrored, 2007, is to time what In Search of Lost Time is to memory. A prism of fragments that repeat without ever returning to the origin. Now you feel old? Yeah, that's what I'm here for, to make y'all feel old. Steamed hams is old internet funny. Steamed hams is a Simpson clip. Oh, I see. I never really watched The Simpsons, nor really consumed Simpsons clips. It's like watching a Brady Bunch clip from your parents' now. And Harold and Kumar, he plays himself. Did you watch How I Met Your Mother? No. Or Dr. Horrible's sing-along vlog? No. The Batrachomyomachia is a poem about a war between mice and frogs, which is this painting. Who wrote the Batrachomyom? I'm gonna get there. I gotta get there so I can just say this like first try off the rip. Batrachomyom. And then chat moves and it messes me up. Batrachomyomachia. Machia? Deus ex machina? Machia? There's like machine in there. Batrachomyo. I don't know what Greek roots are being slammed together for that. Lotus is a goated pronouncer. I try. I did get Tagore's first name on first go, so I do okay. I hit a full combo first try. I have a lot of practice reading out loud, if y'all couldn't tell. People don't really know who wrote it. When was it written? It sounds really interesting. The Batrachomyomachia. 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 It's gonna be my new stim. I'm just gonna be walking around like Batrachomyomachia. People are gonna look at me like I'm crazy, because I am, and I'm gonna say, keep up. I'm a genius. Get on my level. Haven't you read the Batrachomyomachia? It's a wonderful epic poem about a war between frogs and mice. And they'll look at me, mouth agape, baffled at my intelligence, fall to their knees in worship of my divine intellect, and I will merely continue to walk, knowing that I have humbled someone so deeply that their life will be irrevocably changed. Like Alejandro Jodorowsky, who unfolds the structure of tarot as encrypted memory, both of the subject and of the family, a hidden map where each card operates as a totalizing symbol referring to multiple levels of meaning. In El Topo, 1970, the journey through the great religions unfolds in a clear tarot-like progression, passing through the layers of symbolism until arriving at a zen without escape or ornament. The Holy Mountain, 1973, on the other hand, is a ritual motion where magic is not mere ornament, but a total operator, a symbolic machine that activates repressed memories and makes transformation possible. Something the psycho-magician would repeat in an even more personal and autobiographical manner in La Danza de la Realidad, 2013, and Poesía sin fin, Poetry Without End. Great name. Memory in these works is not a passive archive, but a living fabric that intertwines with universal and personal archetypes, turning each image into an incantation and each scene into a fractal mirror of collective psyche. So so we have sound, and at some point we get into this like time and memory thing. Okay, well we have like sound, and then we have action, and then action. It's cool how this essay like morphs into new ideas sort of without the reader noticing, and you're like, how did we get from like where did sound and silence go? Like we just sort of forge on in new directions, and then we say and then form remains, right? And we kind of uh are constantly shifting, and that's actually very reminiscent, I think, of some of like the language as we're talking about like Proust here, uh multiplying and becoming unrecognizable right? uh which is kind of cool. And then this like, you know, journey through great religions unfolding as this, you know, this essay sort of unfolds and new cards are flipped and we go in different directions. I think it's an interesting way to write. We definitely like don't transition clearly, and that's pretty dope. Apparently, abracadabra was like a real thing medics and folk used to say hundreds of years ago, and they would have it on jewelry. Dope. That's like the caudacious. We could still have abracadabra. There's also a catomyomachia, the war of cats and mice. The Holy Mountain is goaded. I haven't. Which one's the Holy Mountain? Is this something you've written about before, Ray? Because I don't know what the Holy Mountain is. I need culture in my life. Y'all are here. Y'all are sent to culture me in chat. This is all art. It's a great multimedia gallery piece, not an essay. Lol. Should be in a museum, like talking to a drunk guy at the party. Well, I'm. It's really cool. It does go in many directions and ways. I just don't know what most of it's talking about. This is a great way, Ray, though, I think, to like vet people for like whether they'd be good friends with you. You like put this essay in front of them, and there's like 0.005% of people who'd be like, yeah, this is badass. I love all the same things as you. And you found like the exact same kind of like crazy. um, and then you're like friends because like because who else would, you know, of course you'd be friends with someone who also knows all of these things and likes them. And then if people are like, I don't really know what you're talking about, man, uh, can we like put this guy in an institution, then you know that like they're not your friend, and that's good, right? I always go about the Holy Mountain based movie like it's taking acid. Like you need a trip sitter. You should definitely watch Doctor Horrible. It's pretty short. Okay. How do I do this? How do I consume? I have so many years in my life, guys. That's crazy. I like when people's weird matches my weird. It's pretty cool. Y'all's weird at least matches my weird when it comes to poetry, it seems. You should watch On the Silver Globe. It's like doing math. I've had I've only had one movie experience. Well, I've had maybe two movie experiences that resembled drugs. One was Brazil. Uh that movie was awesome. I feel like that's probably like the low end of movies as drugs, but Brazil was amazing. And then my other, yeah, okay, Brazil is goated. I loved Brazil. And then my other, fully other end of movies as drugs, which I would equate to a bad trip. Maybe no, I'd say I got the experience of being a miserable alcoholic, by watching Satan Tango, which I got to watch in theaters, the full 7 hours of it in a local independent theater, um, and that was the absolute despairing, depressed depths of hopelessness, which is sort of like drugs, maybe for some people. Fear and Loathing made me want to drop acid in the desert. I have not watched or read Fear and Loathing. My dad read it and said he thought it was kind of mid, but he's like 58, so maybe he's less down to drop acid in the desert. City of Dark Children was so beautiful. All the Terry Guillaume movies. I don't even know what that is. Deciding to watch every single Lars von Trier movie as a 14-year-old was not a good decision. I don't know who that is, but sounds like it made you end up a certain way. And now you're here, so it couldn't have been too bad. Then form remains. Form is the mask which all art pretends to know. So I just got like lost in thought about the other parts of the essay, but I think I'll just keep reading. And then form remains. Form is the mask with which all art pretends to know what it is doing, though it rarely succeeds. That's a banger. Send that to every poet. Send that line to every poet who's over obsessed with formal stuff. Form is the mask with which art pretends to know what it is doing, though it rarely succeeds. That's cold. It may be perfect and balanced, as in Polykleitos, or histrionic and theatrical, as in Pablo Picasso. Man, I pronounced Polykleitos and histrionic correctly, and then I stumbled on theatrical. That was really, really sad. As in Pablo Picasso. It may appear light and delicate, as in Abanindranath Tagore, or brutal and without concession, as in Botticelli, who makes Venus be born without a trace of irony. Form can deceive and disguise truth, as in True History by Lucian of Samosata, or it can speak without the need for words, as in Las Meninas by Diego Velázquez. Just try hard way too much to be shocking for no reasons because he's too sure of it being his style. Oh, you're talking about some director. Gotcha. Yeah, that's cool. But one must be careful to not confuse form with mold. The Combing of the Wind, the sculpture earlier, this one, this one, with the cool metal. The Combing of the Wind by Eduardo Chillida. So that's like a double L, which means you could pronounce it, depending on your accent, as like an SH or as a Y. But like Chillida doesn't sound like a word, so maybe you would do Chishida, and that would be like the proper pronunciation. Eduardo Chishida cannot be repeated, just as the echo of The Son of Man by René Magritte cannot be cloned. Every true work is a question cast into the void in the shape of an answer. Even The Holy Mountain, damn what a good film, that is why I repeat it, has a form, not just any form, but that of an almost apocalyptic ritual. A tarot in motion where each card, symbol, and act unfolds in choreography that does not merely narrate, but conjures, transforms, and reveals hidden memories. It is not conventional cinema, but cinematic magic made structure, a device in which form becomes a total operator, weaving the subject together with myth and collective memory. Like a Y, Chiyida? That's just hard for me to say as a white person. Chiyida, 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 Chiyida. Yeah, that's a cool name though. Chiyida, 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 Chiyida. Sorry. I like how that feels. That's yeah, I'm gonna be walking around and I'm gonna be like Chida, and then I'm gonna say like Batrachomia Chida. Cheese pita. What a banger name. Big fan. Even though I've consumed none of their art. Antichrist has a crucifix. How's Antichrist? We're talking about someone, Tarantino. He's got in his head violence was his style, so he's try harding for it. Interesting. There were lots of movie things that I don't have like strong answers on. I've watched one Tarantino movie, I think, because I think Pulp Fiction is Tarantino, and I did like Pulp Fiction, but the man who I was watching it with, which was a romantic relationship at the time, I was like, yeah, that was like good, you know, like it was pretty good. And then he's like, just good, and I like probably hurt his feelings because I think he really really liked that movie. I don't think Pulp Fiction is like favorite movie material, and I told him that. Um, so that. uh, and we watched another movie. He likes, I think he likes those like big cast, like kind of non-linear things. There was this other movie called like Something Street, that was like all of these different like converging characters, and one was like this alpha male salesman, and it like rains frogs at the end, um, and and there's like this kid who's like, which I don't think this is Tarantino. This is like someone different. And then there's like this kid on a quiz show, and all the stories kind of converge in a kind of interesting way. I don't know if people know what movie I'm talking about. It's called like Something Avenue or Something Street. He liked that one a lot too, and I thought it was okay. But we watched Alien together, and I really, really liked Alien. That was the best horror movie I've ever watched, because I was thinking about the alien as a metaphor for God, and I thought that was really compelling. So I was happy with that film. That was a positive thing that came out of that romantic thing that needed to end. Alien was really good 1 and 3. I only watched one, so the rest not so much. Okay. Not a fan of Pulp Fiction. It has moments. Yeah. Yeah, it has some really good moments and some like really funny things and some really great scenes and like the dancing, uh but the intro is cool. That there are like great lines. There's really great like lines and delivery, but overall story feels weak. It's my Pulp Fiction take. Moving on. To summarize this more clearly and better understand what I'm trying to say about this film, it helps to recall Dali's famous quote: I have never taken any drugs. As you know, no alcohol, no marijuana, nothing. Nothing at all. Mineral water is the strongest thing I can drink. But Dali is the drug. That is to say, you can take me because I am hallucinogenic. That's hard as fuck. I need like a recording of that as like the intro to like a badass EDM song. And I know like Picasso was probably not recorded. When was Picasso? I don't know. But imagine if it's like sampled and you have like I am hallucinogenic, and then it gets like sped up and it like builds into the drop. That would go crazy. Yeah. Or like the intro to some like crazy trance music, but it has to be really good. My favorite thing about Pulp Fiction is Pete Hegseth quoting it like scripture. I don't really know who Pete Hegseth is. Dali and Picasso lived at the same time. Yeah, but when was that? Oh, did I say Picasso? I meant Dali. Uh, I think that was probably pre-recording technology, but I don't actually know. Yeah, they definitely weren't. Wait, were they 1800s? Were they 1900s? Early 1900s. So there's like they could have been recorded. Pulp Fiction is a masterpiece, though hardly debatable. Yeah, really good. Picasso was on TV. Did Dali die earlier? If there's a recording of that quote, like I need to use it. in music. Because it's crazy. Even Giagotti, 2002, has a form, that of eroded memory. It loops, repeats, insists. Its melodies emerge like remnants, persistences without clear origin. Boards of Canada does not compose progressions, but conditions of perceptual deterioration. I feel like I need to listen to that. It is no coincidence that Beware the Friendly Stranger inhabits Salad Fingers, David Firth, 2004, nor that Gyroscope appears in Until the Light Takes Us, Aaron Aites and Audrey Ewell, 2008. Their music accompanies ruin and activates it. One could call it a precursor to Everywhere at the End of Time by The Caretaker, which is a banger. It does not represent loss, but its persistent structure. And between form, action, and silence, what remains is subject. Okay, hold on. We'll go on to that one in a second. Salad Fingers? Is this the most insane thing ever to The Caretaker? Yeah, see, I'm not cultured enough to know how absolutely ratchet this essay is. I mean, I can tell that it's ratchet because uh you know, what is Salad Fingers? Is that this? That's insane balls. It sounds like Leo and Ray are gonna be great friends. That's a triple loop-de-loop, bro. YouTube animation. Okay, gotcha. Before my time on YouTube, I was late to YouTube, unfortunately. From Dusk Till Dawn is Robert Rodriguez, the kid who did Spy Kids. I don't know what From Dusk Till Dawn is. Dali's the second most televised Spaniard ever, and there's this video of the quote. Okay, I'm gonna find it, and I kind of want to make. I don't know what I would make with it, because like that's not the kind of stuff that I think about making or know how I would approach, but maybe that's why I should try to do it. To Spy Kids. Yeah, this is wild. And between form, action, and silence remains the subject. So this is sort of our like thesis, right? Of art. Art is form, action, silence, and subject. Maybe there's more. And between form, action, and silence, what remains is the subject, who is never where he believes himself to be. The spectator is a blind spot that imagines itself the center. He is the idiot on the cinema who thinks the monster is coming toward him. He is the reader of the Odyssey who believes that returning is possible. He is the one who listens to Juan de Encina and believes that dying for love possesses something noble. All of this in order to say the essential, that there are works that act without moving, that speak without noise, that deform without losing themselves, that there are spectacles whose center is absence, that there are artists who, like Hokusai, paint the wave without painting it, that there are ways of doing nothing that are the only thing not yet done. Zoom back camera. The rest is hunger. It's a a banger ending. The rest is hunger. Form, action, silence, and subject. The rest is hunger. I think that's a very beautiful way to end something, right? To create this like other notion that we haven't talked about at all, right? Introducing sort of something new at the end, to leave us to understand that hunger, the desire for more, right? And in fact, that line makes us desire for more, desire for an explanation, to consume, to want, to all of that. I like want there kind of contrasted with acting without moving, speaking without noise, deforming without losing themselves, sort of the interplay of that and the Tao or whatever for the next thing. Yeah. I'm so Gabe coded. I'm doing nothing and winning. I don't know what that means. Doing nothing. That's the strategy of my goat, King Boomy. King Boomy. Boomy. I don't think I know who that is. um, Boomy. Is that from Avatar: The Last Airbender? Boomy is the king of Omashu. Wait, Omashu. The king of Omashu. What? Which one's Omashu? Is Boomy the kid that was like Aang's like they like? Wait, he's the old guy. Oh, Aang knew him like before he got frozen, right? And he's the old guy. Yeah. I got there. Which one of the blue giants? Yeah, the other avatar. Um, yeah, I think doing nothing is a good strategy in life. Thank you for that essay, Ray. It seems that for me, it my ears may have been slightly deaf ones for it to fall upon as a 22-year-old who doesn't get your culture. But it sounds like Pro Leo and Leon and Nikki uh, maybe all had a lot of fun with this. I think it's a really cool piece structurally, which kind of ties into your structural thing. It's a really interesting piece with the references to so many things, which makes it a sort of temporal collage, which ties into your notion of time. Um, and then it is a piece itself that maybe breaks silence and uh, yeah, and then subject and observer, and I am sitting here, the fool, the fool who has to acknowledge that you are infinitely wiser than I am, right? That's my role here. The streamer, the fool, the spectacle. I'm fairly certain I'm older than you. I'm most definitely not a boomer. Y'all are, you're all boomers. I feel like a voice chat between all of us. I feel like a voice chat between all of us in chat right now would be like a pure media discussion, and Ginny there would be trapped in our boomer talk. Yeah, yeah, and it's so funny then that I am the one who must facilitate you all bonding over this, and I sort of inherently remain out of the loop. um, I mean, like I'm familiar with the great works, right, mentioned in this piece. I'm familiar with Hokusai and the Wave, Picasso and Guernica, familiar with Velasquez, um, and I think you mentioned Venus, painted by whoever painted Venus, um, but like all the cinema and all the everything really. Uh, Not so much. Uh, and also the music. I haven't listened to Korn, nor have I listened to the other bands. Oh, except I do know Everywhere at the End of Time. So that's my one music reference that I got. I'm Forgotten Generation, and it continues to be true. Who's just super Christian? Not me, but I love the Christian aesthetic. Oh, like the lame babysitter who's just super Christian. That's me. I see. Yeah, put your messages in one message. Yeah, That's me, the lame babysitter who's super Christian, and y'all are the kids having fun. How does it feel to be young again? How does it feel to invert the temporal standards normally placed upon you in this stream? To be the ones frolicking in intellectual discourse while the young and nimble find themselves uh, petrified and paralyzed in their inability to bond over shared context. Have your moment. I'll allow it. As the super Christian babysitter. No and oh. Yeah. That first Corn album was fire. Sounds like it. Sounds like it. Eventually, maybe YouTube will recommend it to me. I've been listening to music on YouTube now, which is super cool because it's way better at recommending things than Spotify ever was. So maybe it'll serve me up a big plate of corn someday. There's an ad. Yeah, it's ad break time. Get ad breaked. Stand up, drink some water, take care of yourself, go to the bathroom, stretch, do something, push ups. I don't know. I love that song is exactly 3 minutes long, so I can run the ad break and then switch to the screen. And when it gets to the end of the song, the octaves and then the octave at the end, and then it like goes out on the pencil scratching and the birds, and then we're back to stream. It's so lovely. I need a different one for the start of stream since Usually I do the stream starting soon screen for about 5 minutes, because I have to turn it on, and then it takes a few minutes before it lets me run the initial ad, which I need to do to like not have ads come up right into stream. So I'll need to write something else. Maybe it'll be some Salvador Dali electronic rave music to get us hyped for stream at the beginning. Unsure. Uh, but yeah, thanks for sending the essay, Ray. Very dope. It gives me a level of media literacy to aspire to be, aspire to reach. Um, and cause damn, this guy's cultured, right? Uh, Always the most cultured person in chat, always dropping quotes and references and things like that I just cannot do. So, uh, very impressive, very very wonderful and lovely and cool. Have you ever read the Mario essay? Do you mean like the meme where it's um like the paper submitted to class and it's like yeah, stomping turrets. Yeah, I have read that one. I haven't read it on stream, uh but I think I could use it as a vessel to talk about intellectual fascism in education and how the policing of the way we speak in favor of proper English is a bad thing. You know, Mario the idea versus Mario. Yeah, perchance. See, maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should write a Substack essay or just an essay, which I would put on my Substack. And then I would write it about the Mario essay as a genuine literary critique of the work. And then as a railing against railing against academic language. Substack is another shitty platform to post your writing. Substack it's basically like combines blog with email list, so you can send your post directly into people's inboxes. But it's sort of like more generally social media-fied, where it has like a part of it, a feed that acts something like Twitter, where you can post sort of like short thoughts, but then also see like people's articles pop up. And lots of people write like articles about feminism on there, basically, or uh, or like, yeah, that's basically sounds like spam. It's sort of a place that's maybe hosting a lot of people writing essays and critical essays and political stuff, and it's okay, but also it's owned just by one of the tech whatever billionaires probably bought it some time ago. Like someone bought it and it is owned, and it is uh no longer really a space for like like there's a whole thing about Nazis on there, I guess. Giga Chads upload their poetry to GitHub. Maybe I should consider that, because I want to be a Giga Chad. I'm just a beta cuck right now, and I need my poetry to be Giga Chad poetry. I find with how I was taught throughout my education how to write an essay, or what an essay is, my entire generation is a distorted, atrophied way of writing nonfiction. Yeah. But now I can break the mold and write them for fun. They're so fun when you write them yourself. Yeah. Um, My inbox is full of hackers knowing my personal info and trying to impersonate various government agencies. Yeah, they're the best. Um, they make me feel like, people are want to talk to me. um, yeah, the academic essay and the 5 paragraph essay and like the I mean I got indoctrinated into that mind of like an essay is something with arguments and evidence and introductions and theses and conclusions and wrapping it all up at the end, and I just it's so limiting and it's so bad for the essay because it creates this, like, the majority of people, you say essay and they think of the essays they wrote in school, and those are like boring. There's like nothing interesting about them because it's like a form to just discuss 3 reasons why the Roman Empire fell, you know? And like there's no opinion in that. You're basically like summarizing the things you read in textbooks, or like answering some question the teacher assigned to you about some book you read. And uh, it'd be cool if they taught about actual essays and what they can be in school. Yeah, they literally give us a 9 paragraph structure, beat for beat, line for line. Yeah. And if you like followed the outline and like did what you were told and like put it into the form, you got a good grade. Like, I remember, yeah, I don't know. I remember I had like an outline done for an essay in high school, and I thought the due date was like a week later than it was, so I hadn't started writing it. And my class was maybe like after lunch, so it's at like 12:30. And from like the start of the school day where my friend told me that the essay was due that day, like in between classes, I like typed up the whole essay because there was like there's no substance. It's just like putting words in form. um I hated high school. Now I can write essays shitting on libertarians and crazy right wingers and get the magazines I send them to tell me good essay, but you quoted Hitler in the first page at Birth of a Nation. Yep. Yep. Transition words. Fuck transition words. That so called tool got my stupid ass to write. Nextly. Now I want to write a poem that uses the word nextly. That I feel like that poem that has a functional context where it would be pretty badass. Um, but definitely not in a fourth grade essay. Nextly, the real teaching you do on your own. Absolutely. Just read. Man, I don't know. I feel like I don't know if I had a teacher in high school who described poetry in like this way that I've come to understand it through stream. Describe poetry, writing, essays, literature, right? As this interpretive and personal and beautiful thing. Um, I feel like I would have done it so much. Like I would have gravitated toward that so much sooner. Um, but I just never had a teacher who did that. So I just had to become that, you know? And now we're here somehow. Yeah. Fucked up. Fucked up. And now I can teach people on Twitch, and I get people telling me that I made them like poetry or rediscover poetry, and that's pretty cool. My English classes in high school were an inversion on the norm. 500-word essay. No, not 500-word minimum. You only have 500 word to get your point across. Word limits can be kind of cool, but probably not in an academic setting because you punish a kid for like being interested in something and wanting to write more. Uh, Messed up. Good for the teacher who wants to grade things quickly. I have so much shit I've been writing. I never thought essays would be the form I would enjoy the most writing. Why is it that you enjoy essays more than any other form, Ray? And what's number 2? I had this thought during the ad break, um, uh, about poetry and essays and novels and poetry, and I was like, people should write poetry when they're young because they're like free and able to like just express themselves, and then they like shift to essays because it's like connecting and synthesizing information and understanding the world, and then they should write novels because they're long and old people are patient, and then they should write poetry again. But I think that's quite arbitrary, but sort of a beautiful way to think about progressing through life. But we should probably just write as much of everything as we can for our whole life. Um, but I mostly write poetry, so you know. Uh, but then Imogen, you would think the value of pi is 3.14158? 3.141592653589793233846. I had that shit unlocked since high school, since middle school. Yeah, I was that kid. But then someone like outdid me and had more digits, and then I said, okay, I'm done with this shit. I don't want to learn more. So then I was not that kid. Such a dumb thing. People are like, wow, this kid has memorized like 10,000 digits of pi. They're such a genius. Like, no, no, they're not smart for that. You're like, if anything, memorizing more digits of pi makes you dumber. Like, why are you like, that's the dumbest thing, genuinely the dumbest thing you could be doing with your time. There is zero, zero intellectual value in memorizing the digits of pi past 3.14. Like, holy shit, you know? Dumbest way to use your brain. Yes. It's it's so bad. Want to read my prose? I think I'm done with reading for today, Pro Leo, but I'll be back on Saturday and then on Monday and then on Wednesday, and by then maybe you'll have gotten in there. Trying to get my 7-year-old brother into poetry. He's in a poetry unit in school. I hope that you help him express freely. I would encourage with kids, maybe to encourage him to write about the things that he already likes. You know, if this kid's into dinosaurs, writing poetry about that, um, and like sort of getting that kid to see that it can be a way to express one's thoughts about the things that they already love. Also, another way I've defined poetry more in a way that might be good for children is poetry is just playing with words, and say you can use words however you want. Teachers correct you on how to say sentences the right way, or they'll tell you that like when like there are right and wrong ways to do grammar or whatever. But poetry is a space where you can play and you can put words in any order you want and you can make up words. Haikus are fun for kids, yeah, because they're short and they're in the Last Airbender. True, right? The Sokka haikus. Um, but I think for some kids, haiku might be like, why do I have to write 575? This is like arbitrary and boring, right? Um, I will hydrate. Thank you. And so saying like I like poetry as playing with words or having fun with words, I think is a maybe a good way to frame it for some kids. I would love to teach kids poetry. Slow down. Explain that again, please. Uh I think I think that what was I talking about? Poetry, playing with words, fun, haiku. I'm at the end of I'm only going forward. Teaching to kids. Oh. Uh um no, you're good. Yeah, I think kids like latch onto the things they already love, and they latch on to being able to do things like, you know, I think kids like to like rebel against authority sometimes. So saying, um, you can do whatever you want, right? There's no wrong way here. No, you're fine, Leon. But yeah, I think I'd really love to teach kids poetry, um, because that's usually the time when kids start to hate poetry, is when they're kids, or in high school or middle school, right? Because you get told you have to write it in a certain way, and you have to write it for school, so it's like you have to do it. Um, and I also think like teaching kids poetry and saying, and if you don't want to do poetry, just draw something, because really it's about uh, finding ways to express yourself, uh, and visual poetry. Toxic masculinity shuns poetry as well, absolutely. And yeah, yeah. uh, the essay has both this poetic form where the author is the one speaking and you think as you write thing, which is basically your mind in free thought arriving at a conclusion or big question. Gotcha. That makes sense, Ray. Um, okay. That There's a poem by Para that might be perfect for explaining poetry to everyone and introducing them to kids. Keep your Borges. By Nicanor Para. Para. He offers you the memory of a yellow flower, seen at dusk, years before you were born. Interesting. How interesting. But I promise you nothing, no money, no sex, no poetry. A yogurt is the most I could offer you. He offers you the memory of a yellow flower seen at dusk years before you were born. Interesting. How interesting, but I promise you nothing. No money, no sex. No. Nope, no. Poetry, no poetry. A yogurt is the most I could offer you. It's a fascinating little poem. I'm not sure if it's a great introduction. I think it's a little thinky for most. Perhaps. I think but I think it introduces some things. I think the issue is like you can't introduce poetry with one poem. I feel like the best way to do it is to show like three poems that are vastly different. You show like a haiku, you show like a really deranged modern concrete poem, like the ones I was showing a minute ago or like earlier on stream, right? To show that like poetry can have crazy shape and doesn't have to be limited to like words or sentences, right? Because then that shows that there's like this sort of full creativity, right, in your way of expression through poetry. um and then maybe you show something very, I don't know, a haiku that expresses beauty, that shows freedom, and then maybe something confessional. I don't know. Maybe something strong. Maybe something uh, assertive. Um, that could work. A delicate, nice, beautiful haiku, a really experimental, out there thing, and then something very like very forward. Yeah. Eagles Can Fly by Natsuki from Doki Doki Literature Club is a nice poem that a kid could understand. Oh, that's I remember that poem. That one was, yeah, kind of banger, despite being in a context that kids should be nowhere near. Yeah. Um that's one about like all the things that animals can do that she can't do, right? Um Poem DDLC. Um Yeah, 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 yeah. Monkeys can climb, crickets can leap, horses can race, owls can seek, cheetahs can run, eagles can fly, people can try, but that's about it. Yeah, that's a banger. Like that's a really great simple poem. I do like that one. Yep. Anyway, I have no more try in me. I have no more energy, so that's all for stream. Um, thank you all for tuning in. We should raid someone. We should raid someone. Please accompany me on a raid. We're gonna raid Neff the Lore Keeper, who has raided us before. Um, Neff is like badass and cool and supportive of queer people and reads and talks, and I have no idea what they're doing right now, but we will raid over to them, and I would appreciate your joining to accompanying me on such such a raid. Um, that would be good. We want to raid with many to show our incredible strength and uh, yeah, or something. um, yeah. So that being said, thank you all for watching. Uh, keep 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 making art you love, and keep finding beauty uh, wherever you can. See you next time.